Across Wyoming, something remarkable is happening.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Thoughtful Thursday.
Well, that's quite the twist on Thankful Thursday.
Yeah, thoughtful. I mean, Thursday has a challenging Thankful Thursday, Thoughtful Thursday, Thriving Thursday, perhaps.
Yeah.
I guess it's better than the Titanic Thursday.
Yeah, we don't want Titanic Thursday. Definitely not this Thursday.
It
All
does
right.
feel a little cold and icebergy outside, however.
Yes.
If we're gonna have a Titanic Thursday, I want the band.
Yeah, avoid the icebergs out there. They're there. All right, it's 8:30, so I'll give it 1 minute and then we'll call the council meeting to order. So I can see faces trickling in here. Yeah, so we will begin at 8:31. Oh, which is 8:31 now. So we'll go ahead and call. Well, first of all, welcome to 2025 council and members and to our first quarterly meeting of the year. So we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we will begin by doing the Pledge of Allegiance. If we all wouldn't mind just doing the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll go ahead and kick it off. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and then also want to kind of make a note here, as we all are very much aware, we lost a former president of the United States, former President Jimmy Carter. Today is the National Day of Mourning, so I would like to honor, former President Carter's service to this country with a 60-second minute of silence, please. Thank you for that moment of silence. I'm sure all of us have been reading about the wonderful contributions that he made, not only in his career as president, but also all the amazing things he did before and after that really made this nation a great country to what it is. So definitely want to reflect on former President Carter's contributions as we go out throughout the day. So. All right, moving on to our first kind of approvals that we need from the council as a whole, which is the first one is going to be the approval of the agenda. So we sent out the agenda fairly. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead of our roll call and introduction. So Jennifer, would you mind doing roll call and introductions for us, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Governor Mark Gordon or designee.
Present.
Ron Wild.
Present.
Tony Cross. Dick Smith. Eric Trowbridge.
Present.
Larry Fodor.
Present.
Michael Kircher. Bria Hammock.
Present.
Katie Hogarty. Travis Lawrence.
Here.
Deborah Zanoski. Wendy Fiskett John.
Present.
Tina Conley.
Present.
Nathan Williams. I see you, I just can't hear you. Philip Cornella.
Here.
Brenda Morgan.
Present.
Danny Bureau.
Present.
Charles Wilson. Dan Meyer.
Present.
Matthew Davis.
Present.
Director Elizabeth Kagan.
Present.
Nikki Harper.
Present.
Ben Mortz or designee.
Present.
Superintendent Degenfelder or designee.
Present.
Corinne Schmidt or designee. Josh Durrell or designee.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Since we have a quorum, we're able to move forward with our voting items for today. And that first voting item is our approval of the agenda. So you all had access to the agenda, I think over the last month via our onboard platform. And I'm really excited about today's agenda. We've got a lot of important topics to discuss today, as well as some other presentations later on in the afternoon. So I would welcome a motion to approve today's agenda as written.
So moved.
So moved by Lauren. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded, I think, by Danny Beatis.
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion passes to approve today's agenda. Moving on to the next voting item, which is the approval of our November quarterly meeting minutes. And so you've had time to review those. We had a great meeting in November. And so I will also welcome a motion to approve the minutes as written.
So moved.
All right, moved by Mr. Bureau. Do I have a second?
I second.
Oh, close. I'll say seconded by Wendy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, the approval of the November minutes has been passed. So moving on to agenda item number 2, which is I'm very excited about. We're going to have a wonderful presentation from our very own Lauren on a message from Governor Gordon as we kind of move into this year's legislative session and his focuses on workforce development and all the things. And we all know Lauren is very, very much involved in the WIP program, and we're going to learn a lot more about that. I'm sure a lot of other things. So pay attention, a lot of good information coming your way, and make sure you get some questions. So Lauren, I will hand it off to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. The governor was, unfortunately, he's traveling this morning and unable to make it. He's hopeful that he can come to one of our upcoming council meetings as well to address you in person. But I just wanted to share a little bit about what we've kind of had conversations around lately, and then also a message just going into the legislative session, recognizing that we kind of have had a change in Freedom Caucus folks coming in and how they're looking at the budget and what they're wanting to see from across the state of Wyoming. And I think that the governor has been very clear about his message in that he really wants us all to work very strongly together. And I think that that takes everybody involved to take the time to listen, to understand what's important on all sides of the issues, and then figure out how we can work together to solve the issues for the best for the state of Wyoming. And so I think that in looking at that for workforce development, for me, I see, especially through the work of WIP, and then also the work now, I've worked with Next Gen Sector Partnerships, and then through the Workforce Development Council, there's a lot of people doing a lot of really, really great work in this space. And a lot of that work overlaps, but we're not necessarily always building our work together. And so I think that that's an important message for this council in looking at how successful some of our next gen sector partnerships have been. Maybe those can be some best practices across the state. How do we build those even stronger in other parts of the state? And then how do we pull in partnerships like the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, like the work the Wyoming Business Council is doing around workforce development, like the work that higher education is doing just in their individual communities. I also think about the RIDE initiative and the work that the State Board of Education is doing in that space. There's a lot of K-12 districts that are working really hard with that initiative. And I think that we should share more information about that in future meetings to this council. But I think about all of the great things that are happening across the state. And I think that this council could be a great venue to pull all of that together. And to really drive that home in our individual communities. And I think that having so many industry partners as a part of this, and so many different industries as a part of this council, really makes it very strong. And through WIP, and we're gonna talk about that in just a minute, but through WIP, we really have wanted to gain additional things from industry. And so I think looking at next gen sector partnerships is one way to do that, but also looking at this council as a whole is another way to do that. And I'm going to talk about this later, but WIP is in the process of transitioning out of state government and doing its own thing, which I think leaves an incredible opportunity for this council to be more engaged. I forgot to mention that the Business Alliance is another key partner in that area, and they actually just stood up a workforce advisory council to the Business Alliance. And so all of those areas, I think we should become very familiar with the work that they're doing and see how we can help pull it together to make the greatest impact for the state of Wyoming. So I will answer any questions for the beginning part, and then I'll jump into WIP information, if that's okay.
Any questions from Council for Lauren on what to expect in 2025? I do want to emphasize what you did say, though, Lauren, which was, I've talked about this before, this council being the largest governor appointed council in the state of Wyoming. And again, if you look at the cross sections of who's represented here, it's like literally we are the best council to get representation from the governor's office, Department of Ed, private industry, you name it. And so a lot of our stuff talks about we are truly the conveners of the state, right? It's our job as a council to convene these people and align people and make sure that we're not double stepping on people's toes. We're not overworking things. So I think, to your point, Lauren, I'm very excited to strengthen those relationships and to bring a lot of these different projects, not only that together, but make them even stronger. And also really great news to hear about the Business Council adding their own little subcommittee / council around workforce development. So I think there's going to be a lot of collaboration opportunities in 2025 and beyond. So very excited. Thank you.
All right, let's jump into WIP. Now, I know a lot of you have been in a number of, so the Governor's Business Forum, I did a similar presentation. I did switch up some of the videos because I wanted to make sure that they weren't boring and repetitive. I did want to share too, we have a great YouTube channel for WIP. If you guys get in there, there are videos from every single community college on the programs that they're working on. And so if anybody has questions about what your college is doing in your community, there's videos in there. We also will have one-pagers out next week is the goal on those for each college and the impact that they're making with the work that they've been doing through WIP. So I'm going to start just with an introduction. It's our general introduction video that kind of just gives an overview of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership.
Across Wyoming, something remarkable is happening. The Wyoming Innovation Partnership, or WIP. By uniting state entities, educational institutions, and industry leaders, WIP is reshaping Wyoming's economic forecast. This approach ensures we are creating jobs for highly skilled and ambitious residents, making Wyoming a premier partner for emerging industries. WIP is paving the way for a Wyoming that is stronger, more competitive, and ready for the challenges of tomorrow. Learn more at wip.wio.gov.
Awesome. So I've presented to this council.
Across Wyoming, something
Oh.
remarkable is happening.
Thank you, Jennifer. I've presented to this council a few times, and so I wanted to make sure that you guys remember kind of what the Wyoming Innovation Partnership is. It started in 2021, and the original amount of funding came from ARPA dollars, and so we were able to get it stood up in that time frame. When we really looked at where we wanted to invest dollars through the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, we looked at the core industries that actually they had been identified through the Endow Initiative, if anybody remembers that. But it was the energy, digital infrastructure and technology, tourism and hospitality, healthcare, and then entrepreneurship were the first groups or categories that we funded in the first phase of WIP. We did expand that to include agriculture, manufacturing, and workforce development after phase 1. So I actually started with the Wyoming Innovation Partnership after it had been stood up. The goal with it to begin with was really to find efficiencies, to build collaboration, and to stand up programs that were really going to support workforce development and help support our higher education institutions in becoming more agile and more collaborative across the state of Wyoming. As you might know, all of our community colleges in Wyoming, they are in their own tax district. So they have their own boards of trustees that are voted on by their local communities. So they get about half, a little less than half of their income from tax revenue. And then the other half is from the state of Wyoming through the legislature. And so there is, and then there's other pieces in that as well, that they get some federal dollars and things like that. But that's the vast majority of how they're funded and how they're structured. So really their goal, every single community college's goal is to support their own region and their own district. And so they have their own local boards. They don't have to answer to anybody else. And so this was really to pull everybody together and to really look at some statewide programming that would make a very big impact to support workforce needs across the state of Wyoming. So as you can see here, I do have some projected growth on the right side. That is a 5-year, I believe, projected growth of that industry. And so we've funded everything from nuclear and substation technician, power line technology. I don't know why that's not on there. That should be in there. And then all the way through, some healthcare programming, some precision agriculture, different manufacturing programs, which have been very successful. And we're going to talk a little bit about that later. And then also really looking at entrepreneurship and how do we support entrepreneurs in the state of Wyoming. Many of the businesses in Wyoming are small businesses and they're owned by local community members. And so really supporting them, supporting their innovation and helping them scale to the need of industry across the state of Wyoming. So WIP also intended to always be a one-time program. So it was really working to stimulate the work that was already happening across the state and pull all of that together. So phase 1 was really started to stand up the partnership. Phase 2 is kind of where we started to see curriculum being shared and built, students receiving some credentials, things like that. And now, right now, we're in phase 2. We're in the first year of phase 2. We'll be going into the second year of phase 2, which was originally intended to be the end of WIP. And that really was focusing on what is the return on investment? How do we focus on sustainability? And have we made any culture changes in the work that we're doing across the state of Wyoming so that we can collaborate more strongly and create a bigger impact for the state? Can you go to the next slide, Jen? Thank you. So I'm pretty proud of these metrics. We started collecting metrics right after I began in my position. And so we collected metrics for phase 1, and this is a collective through phase 2 metrics. The new education program stood up. I get really excited about the number of K-12 engagement we've had, the training and workshop participants that we've had, the different types of training sessions and workshops, the post-secondary enrollment. I mean, all of these numbers are really exciting. And this is just after a second year of this program. So we have not collected the final numbers for phase 3. We'll have another round of metrics coming out after June of this year. And I actually have some really some great reports that actually go through, and I think I've got a QR code at the end of this that'll take you to some of those. But some of these, the report for phase 2 outlines the different programs, and it outlines key metrics in each of the different category areas. Next slide, Jen. So before we start the video, this is a video that was taken to kind of talk about manufacturing works. Now I want to talk about program at CWC, which is Central Wyoming Community College in Riverton. And it's pretty exciting because they've partnered very heavily. They're the smallest, have the smallest population for community colleges, I believe, or one of the smallest in the state. And they have a larger manufacturing group that's kind of getting moving in their community. And so they've really tried to be innovative on how they can provide manufacturers in Fremont County education that they need for their workforce while they're in the workforce. They've partnered with Manufacturing Works, and they've stood up some pretty awesome programs that run when it's convenient for the businesses. And so they work very closely with the businesses in the community to schedule these trainings when they can make it work for their employees. They partner with Manufacturing Works to help bring in the expertise for that. And so it's really been a great partnership between a University of Wyoming program through Manufacturing Works that's also federally funded and WIP funded, and then the local community college with our local industry. And that's really what we want to see in many different areas. So Jennifer, if you want to play the video.
So that's one of the things I've kind of tasked myself with, is to make sure that we have jobs available to youth, to at least give them the opportunity to say, all right, if I want to stay here in the state, is there a career that I can go through that has a livable wage? And so I think these programs are very important. It's giving the skill sets that these students need in order to advance into the professional careers. We go through Manufacturing Works, we got funding from WIP, CWC stepped up to help with the training, and now we're able to help 7 companies in this area. And I think that's the great model that we need to continue to emulate going forward. Yeah, if we weren't able to have these programs, worst case scenario, the businesses are going to leave, right? So we have to continue to invest. And I think Wyoming's doing a good job with that. We just need to keep down that path, keep investing, and keep succeeding as Wyoming companies.
So one other thing that Kevin talked about in this video is keeping our students in Wyoming. And I think one of the things that we've really been talking about through RIDE and through WIP, and should be familiar with this group, is creating a pipeline for our students. And that pipeline really should start in K-12. They should understand what careers are available to them and what it takes them to get to those careers. So while they're in high school or junior high even, they can be taking courses through their local community college. In Wyoming, it's free for them to do that while they're in school, which is an incredible opportunity. However, we've seen that students don't always know what opportunities are available to them. So they take college courses, but they don't necessarily transfer to what they actually want to do. We do have some students that graduate with associate degrees and their high school diploma at the same time. And that's an incredible opportunity as well. But as you guys know, not every job that we need in Wyoming, that we need workforce for in Wyoming, requires a college degree. And so getting them the skills that they need while they're still in high school, if that's a career that they want to pursue, and then being able to connect them to a industry or a business, either while they're in high school or while they're in higher education, to really create that seamless pipeline and to support our local industries with potentially having internships and apprenticeship opportunities, which are significantly supported by the Department of Workforce Services as well. So Next slide, please. So this next slide is a video of President Tyndall. He is the president of the presidents right now, which he kind of leads up speaking out for the presidents of all of the community colleges, and pulling them together. So he talks in this video about partnership and the importance of that. And so the reason I showed both of these videos side by side is that you've got your business and your industry and your student impact, and then you have your system impact. And that's kind of how I'm seeing WIP function, which is great because you can't just do one. You've got to do everything all kind of in conjunction to be able to make the biggest impact. So President Tyndall kind of spells it out very nicely on how important it is to collaborate and work together.
The Wyoming Innovation Partnership has made it really clear to so many people that community colleges and the university are about economic development. You have to jump into the water, you have to try to swim, you try to figure things out. And with the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, it's very much project-based. We could have studied this to death. We've heard diversification said on different avenues. Let's dig in, start meeting these needs by doing kind of projects that address these. And we learn along the way. And we have also learned, and we all know this, that if you really want to make a big impact in this world, you partner. When you partner, you leverage and go so much further. And so the fact that this is an innovation partnership kind of mandates us to think, okay, what are the partners involved with this? How can I leverage this to make this bigger? How can I push this concept out? How can I be stronger by partnering with the right people? And this is what we need for this day and age.
Next slide, Jen.
The Wyoming Innovation Partnership has made a real.
They always like to try to play twice. So I want to talk a little bit about the two programs, and I'm going to turn it over to Director Gagan in just a second. There's two programs that WIP has funded through the Department of Workforce Services. And these are statewide programs. And the Digital Credential Wallet is one. And I'm going to have Liz talk about that in just a minute. But there's a young adult internship program also. And so I think we've really focused on that engagement while still in college with businesses. And I know that that's a core focus of Workforce Services as well. And so I think that us understanding a little bit more about how that works and maybe where some of those gaps are that we can help fill across the state, and help educate folks in our communities about what is available to them and to their businesses. We have an incredible opportunity in Wyoming, one that I don't think many other states have. And the single state operation that we have also is very beneficial to this because we can pull it all together, and we can try to make the next gen sector partnerships fit in with work that WIP's doing, fit in with the apprenticeships and the internship work that's happening, and really make it stronger for the entire state. And in turn, the very end product is providing a great workforce to our industries so that they can thrive in the state. So Director Gagan, would you talk a little bit about the Digital Credential Wallet and what that's going to offer to our businesses and industries and our workforce in Wyoming?
Thank you, Lauren. First, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Dr. Ballard's involvement in this project. When Dr. Ballard was at the Department of Education, that this was really a lot of her vision there. And then when she went to the Community College Commission, she still is working on this project. So Dr. Ballard is very, very familiar with this project, very passionate about this project. And, I would suggest, really if people have substantive questions, that Dr. Ballard is able and probably enthusiastic to answer those questions. But the digital wallet, I know that we've all heard a lot about skills-based hiring and development. And the digital wallet is a way that Wyoming can become more efficient at skills-based hiring and development. It's a secure platform, of course, for managing and storing credentials. Many of those credentials can be degrees. It's kind of like an Apple Wallet for your academic and career technical skills. So they are easily verifiable. But the wallet will include, like I said, academic degrees, as well as professional certifications and micro credentials. You know, it's valuable to employers. You have to spend kind of less time looking and verifying and that type of information from someone's application. It's also an opportunity for Wyoming citizens to really showcase their skills and competencies. And I think that employers can also, you know, look at it. You know, if you're an employer and you want to come to Wyoming, you can kind of get a sense for all the skills that are out there. And probably particularly important where we have, you know, many retired military members who live here. You know, often those skills that you develop in the military don't always kind of translate to what employers are looking at. And so this is a way that skills are really going to be, you know, looked at and showcased. And we do have this out for RFP right now. On February 5th, there's a pre-proposal conference, and then I believe the RFP closes either at the end of February or the first part of March. So someday soon, we will begin kind of the nuts and bolts part of this project. And again, thanks to Dr. Ballard for all of her work and vision in working on this.
We're focusing, I think, Director Gahan, on 2 industries to start off with, to kind of as we're getting it up and running. So we've been doing some work. You know, Lauren just talked about like that alignment work. So we're aligning these with some of the work that's been going on with WIP. So we're focused on advanced manufacturing, which we've kind of inserted precision ag into that grouping as well. Even though it's not really, it's not necessarily advanced manufacturing, it has a lot of the same skill sets underlying it. So it makes sense, and they are eager to be a part of this. So we're doing that, as well as nursing, working at the nursing field and figuring how to do all that. So while we're working on the RFP and getting ready to build the technical system, we're also getting ready to start, we'll call them collabs, with folks that are connected both at the college and industry in those 2 fields, to make sure that as we're starting to build this digital credential wallet, it's being done in such a way that the industry partners will find value in it. So that I don't know that we will build it and they will come works. So we're trying to build it in partnership with them from the very beginning. So I'm excited to get some of those collabs off the ground, because we've been kind of focused at the we've been doing some of the foundational work on that, and so the bigger collabs are getting ready to kick off.
Very exciting. Thank you, guys. Next slide, Jennifer, please. So I talked a little bit about really measuring the impact for the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. And last year, in phase 2, we partnered with the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis. David Atlan and Anders Van Sant were the 2 folks that worked heavily on this. We partnered with them to measure the return on investment and the impact of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. And that was through the first 2 phases, because we were just starting phase 3 at that time. And so they met with every single group that was working on WIP, every category, every program that had received WIP funding, to understand the impacts of their program, to understand everything from where they purchased their equipment, because if it was in Wyoming, that creates a return on investment in Wyoming. If they hired somebody from Wyoming, that creates, you know, a return on investment for Wyoming. And so they took a very conservative approach on measuring the impact of the investment of the dollars that we've spent with WIP. And I was pretty stinking excited when it came back at 690%. It feels like it's a huge number. It is a very great return on investment for public dollars being invested into programming. But it's not it's not extremely high in comparison to other public dollars being invested into things like this. And so it is a great ROI. It's a great way for our legislature and our state tax dollars to be invested for the state of Wyoming. This is a 5-year value added. So this takes into account, like I said, hiring, it takes into account tax revenue projected for the project. They took a very conservative account of all of this, but we expect that this will increase as there's also been a large number of leveraged dollars all throughout the Worth Center. They just received a private donation of $5 million to continue the work that was started by WIP's initial investment. And so that additional funding, there's also been a number of grants, NSF grants, EDA grants that have been able to leverage the work that WIP started. The Controlled Environment Agriculture Program at the University of Wyoming is a great example of that as well. She received, I think it's $2.4 million NSF grant to help build on the work that we laid the baseline for. And so being able to leverage state dollars to increase the impact for the work that's being done is also something exciting. We're actually working on putting that into our newsletter for this month, January's newsletter, and sharing that information with the legislature, because I think it's really important that they understand that the dollars that they've invested into this programming is making a true impact, and it is bringing a return on investment to the state of Wyoming. And then last slide it's just a QR code. I also dropped the website into the chat for the group. This just takes you to our website. Within our website, we have under About, we have different reports. It's got the key metrics. It's got our phase 1 and phase 2 report. It's got press releases. We will have those individual college one-pagers on there very soon as well. And then it also has, if you go over to programs, it's got the different categories and then it's got the different programs underneath that. So if you guys are thinking, man, I would really like to get with our community college and see if they could expand in this area. Maybe they already have, or they're already working on something. And so looking in there and seeing what programs are being expanded or started within your communities to meet those workforce needs. That's all in there. So I think that's all the information I have to share, ET. If there's any questions for me, I'm happy to take them.
Awesome. Great stuff. I have so many things to comment on. But first, before I do, council, questions, comments, statements you'd like to make based on the information you just received? What are you all thinking? What stood out to you? Oh, yes, Dr. Aldrich.
I just wanted to say I really appreciate all the work that Lauren and Laurel have really put into all of the WIP work that they've done. I really do think it's moving the needle across the state, and I'm hopeful that the continuing and future legislatures will see the benefits and continue to support the funding for these initiatives, because I really do think that with Governor Gordon's goal, 6 years ago, 4 years ago I guess 6 years ago now, to diversify Wyoming's economy, that we're actually seeing that happen. And I don't know that we would have seen that happen without this work. So Lauren and Laurel, thank you for all you do to make sure that not only are our students going to be able to live in Wyoming, and make a living, but they're going to actually be able to live here and make a life. So thanks.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Aldrich. Yeah, Brenda.
Yeah, Lauren, could you expand upon what you meant by WIP is moving out of government? Is that as far as funding, or you're going to get a cooler office?
I don't know if I could get a cooler office. I am in the Capitol, so I get to walk in every day and be like, ooh, this is awesome. Anyway, thank you for the question. I actually had planned on expanding on that and I did not. So yes, the presidential steering group is the leadership group within WIP. And that is all the community colleges, CEO of Business Council, Director Gagan, and then K-12, somebody from the Department of Education. And so we are talking currently about what it looks like for the future of WIP. The PSG has been very strongly adamant about not wanting it to go away. They find value in it, the work that has been done and the collaboration that's been created. And they think that they want to continue it. So we're kind of exploring 501c3, 501c6. What does that look like? Are there different groups that we could partner with that could be kind of, I don't want to say a home, because I don't think they want to lose their decision-making power and the ability to potentially apply for federal funding. So in my mind, I kind of see it as maybe a 501c3 and 6 that would maybe partner with a business alliance and, you know, obviously continue working with the same group that's in the PSG as the leadership, and then have the ability to apply for state dollars for specific programs that make sense, for federal funding opportunities, which they're already doing, but we're not doing it statewide. And so that's kind of how I'm seeing the potential. There's been conversations around a cost sharing option for the base costs of running the program and things like that. We do have a $5 million request in front of the legislature for the supplemental. Last year, they asked for more information. They said, we'll give you half of what you asked for, come back in the supplemental, and we'll talk about the next. I think that our return on investment is pretty impactful right now. And so hopefully they'll see that. I don't know with our new legislature if that will happen, but that is for the final year of funding within this office. And then we will probably be running some parallel tracks because we can't pay for applications for a new entity through state government. And so somebody else will be doing that work kind of on the side to get things stood up for the organization to be outside of state government.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying, Lauren. Yeah, Larry, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Lauren. Something we've been poking around with here in Laramie County and haven't gotten very far with the WIP's close partnership with the community colleges. Is there some kind of way to get a roster or a log of do not completes at the community college? Students that maybe didn't get all the way through their training, that type of thing, to where industries, whether manufacturing, construction, can reach out and say, we understand maybe this path didn't work. Here's some other opportunities for free training to keep you in Wyoming, things like that, before they do not complete and then just leave the state. Not quite sure. Nobody seems certain of the legalities of that or a mechanism where we can get that put together. But I think a lot of industries that don't depend on degrees, as well as the students that don't complete, to give them some opportunities to rejoin the workforce or get some additional training paid for by employers within the state.
So I have not heard this brought up. However, I would think that maybe getting industries engaged with classes and programming, I was going to turn it over to you in a minute, Laurel, but getting businesses engaged with the programs and the classes earlier, so you could start building those relationships with students before they do not complete, and you could snag them from there, might be an option. I don't know the legalities around that. Laurel, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'm happy to run it down with our PSG group as well. I don't know the answer, I'm sorry, but it's a very valid question and something we should look at.
Mr. Chairman, I think that I think it's a really good idea, right? Like as they're working with college advisors or working with students, and they're to give them, you know, if they start seeing students that are looking like they may not finish or something like that, even if we could create like a form or something that allows them to share the information with potential employers. It is part of what we are hoping we'll see with the digital wallet as well, is to allow folks to say, hey, like, and this is part of its intent, right? Like, I may not finish my college degree, but I have built a ton of skills, even if I haven't finished it, right? Like, so that I could still share with employers all these different skills, even though I don't have that final, like, here's my degree, that says I have it all, right? Like, and so there's a piece that we are hoping that when companies respond to our RFP, that we're looking for is that that the individuals who have their information in the digital wallet will share skills and allow for employers that are looking for, you can think about like your key construction skills, that they can share those skills out, and so that you as an employer can say, hey, I'm looking for folks that have at least 80% of these skills, right? And that then it can send you the information so that you can also look to recruit from that as well. That's part of what we were hoping for inside the digital wallet. But Lauren, I also think it's a great idea to bring it up to the PSG.
And part of the concept is, if these community colleges are losing these students on the 4 credit side, many of the manufacturing and construction apprenticeships and things like that are run through the community college on the non-credit side. So we might lose them on the credit side, get them back into the colleges on the non-credit side. And if it's a financial barrier is the reason they're leaving the college, many of the employers fund that, with no expense to the trainees. So I'm just curious if there's any way to gain some momentum with that concept.
Thank you, Larry. Personally, I love it. I think there's absolutely something here with that. I like your concept of also going from the credit side. Maybe they're not successful there. And then hey, you can still be on the non-credit side. I think Dr. Ballard, your idea of maybe having some kind of form potentially. Say hey. It's not a shame thing that you didn't complete it. Maybe you just got into it, you're like, oops, I didn't like this, or something like that. So, being able to keep them engaged in the education system if we can, as well as get them here and like, oh yeah, I think there's absolutely something here. Great idea, Larry. Awesome. All right, any other discussions, questions, or statements? For either Director Gagan, Dr. Ballard, Lauren. So I'll kind of give my 2 cents on a few things that I saw in the presentation. I always will have 2 cents. Very excited to see kind of like the very first slide, I think, Lauren, that you had a kind of a breakdown of projected growth. I'm not surprised to see a lot of those being in the technology field, et cetera. Also really excited to see that entrepreneurship angle. We've been talking about entrepreneurship for a long, long time. And actually, that's going to be something that all of you are going to have kind of a purview to when we get back from lunch. We're going to hear from Generator Wyoming, and we're going to hear a lot about all the things that they're doing across the state, all the different entrepreneurship programs. There's going to be some exciting news with the new VC fund that they're working on launching this year to help Wyoming entrepreneurs really gain the knowledge and the financial need that they have. So really excited about entrepreneurship growth in the state of Wyoming. And I'm glad that WIP's a huge fan and being a really large part of that. As we all know, you'll probably hear me talk about technology and AI at least 5 times every single council meeting because it is obviously something that's there. And I think about all these amazing things that are going to be here in the near future. I think about like the digital wallet, as you gain skills, through this digital wallet, having this background of AI, looking at those skills and looking at the job descriptions and making informed like, hey, congratulations, you received this skill. Guess what? These are 10 jobs now that you are qualified for, right? So it's like automatic and using that AI knowledge to kind of pair people's skill sets with jobs and companies. And kind of on tangent to that, I am stoked about this digital wallet. Absolutely freaking stoked about it. I think, Dr. Ballard and everything, like as soon as I heard about it and I knew you were kind of leading up the charge, I was like, yay, that's even better. I just see that being so beneficial for the end user I can see it applying so many different ways. Also, I think it's fantastic to make sure that our economic development groups across the state know about that or informed about that. So when they're trying to attract new businesses, whether it's small, medium, or large, when they come in and say, do you have the workforce to support us, coming to this community? It's like, actually, yeah, we have an app or whatever it's going to end up looking like, right? Where they can see the local workforce talent and whether or not it's actually going to be a good fit for them, an investment. So I am just absolutely stoked about the digital wallet. And what I like about how Lauren kind of summarized as WIP's, kind of winding down from being kind of part of government and kind of figuring out what that other new phase is going to look like. I like the idea of WIP being kind of that Kickstarter. I think you were talking about, Lauren's like, we have these really cool programs and ideas, and WIP was really there to kind of go, hey, you probably need some funds. You probably need a little bit more support. You probably need to get connected to a few people. Let me help you get there, right? Kickstarting those programs and initiatives so that they can be successful to get those larger outside funds, whether it's from the NSF and that kind of stuff. So I just think that's such an amazing way to show partnership and to get those things off the ground. And then I just made a quick note here about loving the idea of the do not completes, and we definitely should explore that in some way. And we've talked about it. I mean, probably since any of us that were born here, we lose youth all the time, and that's a potential little funnel out. Is if they don't complete, what do? They probably start looking elsewhere, and sometimes most likely they're looking not in Wyoming. So if we can grab them, let's grab them. Yep, great stuff. All right, anything else, Lauren? Do you have anything else, or anyone? Great message.
Thank you so much for the time this morning, and I look forward to having more conversations about how we can collaborate more and build that pipeline out to keep our students.
Hear, hear. Awesome. All right, moving on to agenda item number 3, which is me again. So you'll be tired of hearing my voice by the end of the day. I don't have a whole lot of updates for the council today. I just have a few notes. I talked to Jennifer, want to kind of just remind the council on a few things. But first, I kind of was like reflecting over 2024, and I am just really excited where the council is going this year. I'm really excited about all of you, all of our new folks that have been that joined us over the last year and a half. I'm excited about our strategic plan. I'm excited just with the level of engagement that we're starting to see over the last 6 months, and I really want to continue that momentum. A big theme for me going into 2025 is really all about operational excellence and making sure the structure of this council is sound. We've done a few different things around that. We're going to be looking at the bylaws. I want to make sure that at a minimum each year we're reviewing the bylaws, that it makes sense, that all of you have the ability to contribute to ideas, or again, that should be our operating manual, right? If this happens on the council, what do? We should be able to flip to a page and read it and make sure that all of you agree to those. So really it's about operational excellence. And this is not my council. Really, my job as chair is to make sure you all stay on time and you stay focused and you have things to do and you have the ability to contribute to the larger goals of the council. But really, all of you own this council in your own way. Each of you bring a different perspective, a different idea. And so you're going to see a lot of me delegating a lot of these things to you as we go out through the year. I want you guys to own it and work together. We're going to be looking at some different strategies around just our subcommittees, and just operational excellence is going to be kind of a focus of mine this year. Because really what I want to be able to do is when I go to these National Governor Association meetings, twice a year, is I really want to brag about everything that not only we are doing, being selfish, but what the state of Wyoming is doing. Like I've mentioned so many different times before, I'll mention just some little small thing, and then Washington State or Oklahoma, like, what? Tell me more about that. And they get really excited, right? And so we get to have these really engaging like cross-state conversations around what they're doing. And like I've said so many times, like they are facing this same stuff that we are, like literally 90% of the problems that we have, 90% of the states are the same thing. They lose their youth. They might have different industries that are impacting them, but I'm like, oh my goodness, we're all in the same boat, right? So really it's about not reinventing the wheel. And that's why those NGA conferences for me are so important, because I get to go, oh, that is awesome. You already solved that. Let me go bring that idea over to Wyoming. And I really want to keep this countrywide nets together. So, as I mentioned last year, one of the things that we're going to be doing in each of our council meetings is kind of bringing together that panel. As we saw the first time we brought the Cheyenne panel together, which is, we're going to try to grab the mayor from that community. We're going to try to grab a representative from the local economic development agency, someone to represent the arts and culture. And then we also had, who else did we have on there? Oh my gosh. Business? I'm trying to think. We had like education. I think it was like education, but having this local panel so that we can hear from them, I think is really important. And since we're going to always be remote in Q1, my idea would be to bring in virtually a council member from another state, that I get to meet, and have them kind of just let what Washington State is up to, what their challenges are, and kind of present like how they're working through things, and allow us as a council to engage with other councils across the country, So I'll be looking forward to that going into 2026. So really, I just want to brag about our work is what I'm trying to say. Just a few operational changes before I hand it over to Director Gagan for a workforce services update. We did make a decision to kind of change our structure around the breakouts, specifically when it comes to our in-person quarterly meetings, which will be our spring and our fall. So one of the challenges, as we all know, if you're remote when you can't be there in person, it's almost nearly impossible for you to participate, in your subcommittee meetings, right? You're just kind of hanging out on the Zoom call. Also, we were just a little bit concerned that could violate some sunshine laws, state laws, which is where technically all of our council meetings is public information, right? The public should be invited. They should be able to go to that. When we're kind of broken off, it's kind of hard or nearly impossible for someone in the public to be able to go and get all the information that's being said as decisions are being made. So what we wanted to do is just kind of avoid any kind of conflict potentially with the sunshine law, as well as making sure that everyone, regardless of whether you're in person or remote, can participate in your subcommittees. And so essentially what we're going to change the format to being is we're going to continue our subcommittee meetings monthly as we normally do. But in the quarterly meetings, we're just going to have each of the chairs of those subcommittees provide an update, what's been going on, in strategic performance and finance, what's been going on in that. And that way that we can keep everything public and all those kind of things. And that even if you do have to join remotely to an in-person quarterly meeting, you're not missing out on something, right? So just to know that change is going to be, it's already been made. So you'll see that first change coming up here in May. And then just last, a quick reminder to kind of help us with planning with council meetings. Onboard does have the ability for you to RSVP on there. So you can go to the Onboard mobile app or you can use the web app. It is helpful for us if you can mark, if you're going to be there in person or remote or unable to attend. It just kind of helps us gauge a little bit. Also, as we kind of utilize more of our technology with Onboard will know who's here and be able to hopefully generate and help with meeting minutes. So it'll know like, oh, Brenda said Brenda was going to be here, and it'll help the system kind of know that when Brenda's speaking or has a point to be able to help clarify our meeting minutes. So just kind of do that when you can. And then the last thing I have before I hand it over to Director Gagan, and then a few more things, is just as always, please, at the beginning of the year, please review the conflict of interest policy. So that policy is available to you. It's just something to always be mindful of, whether it's perceived conflicts of interest or conflict of interest. One of the things that I always say, if you're unsure whether or not you're voting on something that you're not sure is a conflict of interest, I just always say abstain. The safe vote is abstaining. If you see something on the agenda that you're unsure whether or not you may or may not have a conflict of interest, please feel free to reach out to myself or Jennifer ahead of time. We'll let you know, whether you're able to vote on that or not, or what we would make a recommendation for. So just please take a minute to review the COI policy and let Jennifer and I know if you have any questions. We do have a little bit of change. There's going to be some change happening to this council as well. Obviously, we have a new legislative body. So that means we're going to have some new representatives here. So I do want to thank, former Senator Fred Baldwin's his service to this council. So Fred is off there, and then as well as want to thank former Representative Berger for their time that they spent on this council. So as you know, those two positions are designated by the legislative body. And so, sometime between the next 2 or 3 months, we will hear from the governor's office and the legislative body who will be representing the Senate and who would be representing the House of Representatives. So as soon as we know who those individuals are, we'll of course let this council know. And I also want to thank Mayor Hall. Mayor Hall decided not to run as the mayor of Cody, and so his term there will be expiring. And I think all of us had worked with Mayor Hall. Great insight, great energy, great ideas. I'm going to really, truly miss him on this council. I would love to see him back in a different capacity. Unfortunately, his current seat is designated for a mayor, and so unfortunately, he's not able to fulfill that for us. So we are on the lookout for a new mayor to also fill Mayor Matt Hall's former seat. So we'll let you know about that. Also, again, think about your communities. If you have a connection or you have a mayor in mind, definitely encourage them to apply to the council. We want to find, again, another mayor just like Mayor Matt Hall that's engaged and, can talk about things and want to host us. So, if you have close connections with your mayor, they would be a great fit, please let us know. And of course, as we also talked about, we do have one council member. This will be their final council meeting, which is our dearly beloved Ron Wild. So as we all know, Ron has served on this council for quite a time, truly a staple. And, like we kind of celebrated you in November, Ron, when you were here in person. But once again, I just want to say personally, I hope that I speak on behalf of the council, just thank you for everything that you've not only done for this council, but you are so engaged in the South, everything in your region and community, the way you travel the state. You are such an amazing voice for Wyoming. And so we're just so thankful to have you on this council, as well as all the time and energy you put into it. So I would just like to pass the baton, Ron, over to you, which I know you will definitely like the microphone. Do you have any parting words or any advice that you would like to impart on the council as your last council meeting with us? Are you there, Ron? Or maybe he's emotional. Did we make Ron emotional? All right. Well, Ron, we'll come back to you, but definitely want to thank you, and we'll give you some time, maybe a public comment if you want to make some adjustments there. So, all right. Well, that kind of concludes my message from the chairman update. So we will move on now to agenda item number 4, which is the Department of Workforce Service update from Director Gigan. So I'll hand it over to Director Gigan.
Thank you very much. And of course, Ron, thank you for your many years of service. We've all learned a lot from you, and we will miss you. We definitely will. Jennifer let me know a couple of the questions that the council had for me to cover. And one is just kind of generally, how are things in DWS going? The next question was about the legislature, both Wyoming and nationally. And then the last one is, what is it that council members can do to help DWS? So just to start with kind of a general overview of DWS, everything is, going really well. A new fun thing is that our workforce development training grants just launched a new grant management system, and we are getting great feedback that it is much easier for employers to file applications. And the internship part of that will go live in February. So there's been a lot of work put into that, and thanks to our employees who did that and are making that process much more efficient and easy for employers. The next question is about the legislature, state and federal, and whether there's any concerns that we have coming up. As far as the state legislature goes, we did not file a supplemental budget, but the Joint Appropriations Committee did ask us to come in December and just kind of highlight all of the positions that DWS received in its budget the previous year to give them some information. So we appeared in mid-December, answered some questions, really for the new JAC, not so much for the JAC that was impaneled at the time, and that all went well. Right now, there are no Wyoming bills that are filed that have any significant impact on workforce services. I do note that there's 236 bills. They're online right now, but I have heard anecdotally that there have been 800 bill jackets, and bill jackets mean requests from legislators for bills. So if that's correct, I mean, we're not even close to half of the bills being filed yet. So things could definitely change, but right now, there's no bill that makes any significant difference to workforce services. Now on the federal side, things got a little, WIOA reauthorization has kind of been out there all year, and there were two really very different parts. I mean, one was what the Senate wanted to do, and one was what the House wanted to do, and they were very, very different. So it was really kind of hard to even get your head wrapped around what could happen. But in December, there was a real push to get WIOA reauthorization through before the end of the year. So there was a lot of agreements between both houses and some tries to get that through. The last try was getting it as part of the continuing resolution that needed to happen to continue to fund government, but that was rejected. So I don't know right now, really where WIOA reauthorization stands. Both houses did a lot of work to really kind of come together to make some changes that were really largely very, very positive. I just don't know what the current administration's thoughts are on, trying to move this bill again. Again, I will say what they came up with, I think, was largely positive. Some highlights, they were going to allow states to use some of their allotments for more pre-apprenticeship work. They were going to allow states to set aside funds to establish industry or sector partnerships and career pathway development funds. A lot of, I think, really innovative ideas and flexibilities that would have been very positive for Wyoming. I know that Lauren will, reach out to our delegation to get an idea of whether or not, WIOA reauthorization is expected to, maybe have something happen in 2025. It's really just too early to know now. And I will put a summary of the bill that was floated, in late December on board, so you can all kind of see what those changes looked out. Another what I think was a really positive change is that it created a different definition. Well, they used to use the term out of school youth, and we had to use the bulk of our youth money to serve those folks, which is fantastic. But they changed that definition to opportunity youth, and opportunity youth would allow us to use those funds to serve children who may be facing homelessness but are still in school, or foster children as well. So that was, I think, really a thoughtful and really impactful change that I think could have made very, very good difference for us. So as we start to learn more from our delegation, we will let you know. I will post this summary of those changes in On Board. And then the last question is, what can council members do to better support DWS? And, that's just to be ambassadors for DWS. When you're in your communities, the more that you can talk about services that we provide, the better. And of course, the more that you as employers use our services, the better. We know that there have been some issues with the new MIS system, and I know that some of you have reached out about those issues, and we appreciate that. The more that you use our services, and when you run into problems, if you kind of let us know what's going on, that is great feedback. The more that you have questions or can kind of refer people in your communities to us, that is really wonderful as well. So that is what council members can do to support DWS. And I know that you all do that right now, but that's really the best way to support us. And so that is my update. And if anyone has any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you, Director Gagan. Questions from council for Director Gagan? Yes, Brenda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gagan, last spring I had a meeting with the Unemployment Insurance Division in Casper regarding an upgrade to their system. Mostly one was going to be helping to have people access through their mobile app and a mobile app to the UI system. Do you have an update on that? Because I haven't heard anything recently, and originally we were supposed to have a training in October on that.
Okay, I don't have Holly. Do you want to answer that question?
I do. Hi,
Thank you.
Brenda. Thank you, Director Gagan. So that is part of our equity grant, and we're moving to a software platform called Angular. And that is taking a little bit longer than we thought. And so we're in the testing phase right now. And our new launch for that is going to be the end of February. And so we are hopeful that that makes it a lot easier for people to be able to apply like on their mobile device, on their iPad, phone, that kind of thing. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. Looking forward to that.
Awesome. Are there questions from council? I guess my only question, Director, I'm super excited about the new grant application system as someone who, prior to the council, used that platform or platform, if you wanted to call it, a lot. It was very difficult. And, I mean, it was difficult on both sides, right? The processing on the back end and the front end was just super, super hard. So is that currently, did I hear that that is live or portions of it are live, like the internship or apprenticeship one?
The portion that's live right now are for business training grants.
Okay.
And then the internships will go live early February.
Ah, that's great. Yay. Good stuff. All right. Last call for any questions for our updates from Director Gagan on Department of Workforce Services. All right. Hearing none and looking at our agenda, we are flying through. I also find it very interesting when we're all remote, the amount of IT issues is greatly reduced. Audio is coming in through, no echoing. So it's like, this is kind of nice. We're getting through everything. So I guess, to kind of keep us moving forward, let's go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Let's reconvene at 10 o'clock. So, get up, stretch, refill your coffee, grab a snack if you need to, and we'll reconvene. And when we come back, we're going to have a spending plan and expenditures for a voting item. So I'll see you all at 10 o'clock. All right, seeing that it is 10 a.m., I will go ahead and reconvene the council. Hopefully you got stretch break in, got your coffee refilled, tea, whatever it is that you choose to drink on this thoughtful Thursday. So we're going to go ahead and jump right on into agenda item number 6, which is spending plan and expenditures, and that will be presented by Colette. And I just want to make sure, Jennifer, is Colette ready here? I know we're running a little ahead of schedule. Let's see, it's Colette. Do we have someone here to speak to spending plan and expenditures? You don't hear me, right? Okay. It's like, hello. I'm ready to review some money stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. This morning, we'll start with the council report for the agency expenditures as of November 30th of 24. During our last meeting, when we broke off into our subcommittee meetings, the Strategic Performance and Finance Committee had expressed that they wanted more granular information on these reports. So we made some changes, and there'll probably be continue to be changes going forward. But on this particular report, I just made a few changes, beginning with a quarter summary. So I added the quarter summary so we can go through and see expenditures and how they vary from quarter to quarter. And other than that, on this particular one, there aren't very many changes. But if we look at our expenditures for November, they're a little bit higher than they were in October. And that is because of grant payments. Higher WIO was down for a little bit during October. So the expenditures on grants were a little bit lower during that time. Other than that, it looks like all the expenditures are pretty consistent from previous months. Do we have any questions regarding?
Any questions from council for Colette on that?
Okay, if we could go next to the council report agency budget, and that's where most of the information, we see some added information there. So for this report, I wanted to break down grant year along with each program. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a cough. And within each program, I also broke it down. We can see in 2022, we're almost fully spent, but we do have a little bit of expenditures. We still have a little bit of budget left in participants. In 2023, we also see that operations, we have almost fully spent in operations, but there's a lot of participant money left in those years as well. And in 2024, you see that we're using some participant money before 23, and that is because of higher WIO. And we added the 24 budget until we reconcile. We're currently working on reconciliation, so going forward, we should see more of that 23 money spent. And then if we take a look at the council budget, the council budget also, I added that quarter comparison so we can see that information and compare them to past quarters. If we're looking at 2022, we're about 69% spent, 79% in 23. In 24, it says 0, but it should actually be 2.41%. We've spent a little more in 23 than in 22, but going forward, we will see that increase. And I know as of today, we are almost fully expended in 2022. So we'll move on to 23 and then on to 24. And when we look at the expenditures here and we compare them, They're pretty consistent from the quarter before and the month before. We do have an exception there with evaluations. That's because we had a contract that was for service dates of June 1st of 23 through June 30th of 24, and they waited until the end to bill us for that. So we see that increase there in expenditures in November. As we go down through the rest of the expenditures, they're pretty consistent with previous months. Everything kind of lines up there. We go towards the bottom here on the current projects. I have added a column for amount spent, and amount remaining, and then the expiration dates. And we see that some of these partnerships are close to expiration, and with micro-credentialing actually expiring in August. We've reached out to them and we don't have any more expenditures to pay. So it looks like we have a little bit remaining there. And Tri-County Partnership will be ending soon. We haven't been billed yet, but their plan was to bill us at the end of after the expiration. So we should be seeing something soon for that. Looks like as of date, or excuse me, as of November 30th, we spent 156,000 and we have 131 remaining. Are there any questions regarding the council budget?
Thank you, Colette. Have you heard from Lyft Wyoming at all? Do we plan on having that spent by June this year?
So Lyft Wyoming has, just during this past quarter, they sent in the first invoice, and we expect to see more from them shortly. So I do believe that they will be billing us now on a consistent basis.
Great, thank you, Colette.
Sure.
Council discussion or questions for Colette around our spending plan and expenditures? I do want to say this great job, Strategic Performance and Finance Committee, for asking for a little bit more of a breakdown. I did see those in this and it is very helpful. So yes, Vice Chair Michael, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious, Colette, if the Department of Ed is not going to submit any more billing to us for that remaining 64,000, what happens with those monies? Do they fall back into the overall budget, or is it going to be some use it or lose it that we need to pay attention to with those funds?
That will fall back into the budget and that'll be available for other projects.
Thank you.
Yes, Philip?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just had can anybody remind me of what Bighorn Basin Partnership is?
That was a joint marketing effort between Bighorn County, Park County, and was it Washakie County? I can't remember. 3 counties up there were partnering together to basically pool data on small businesses and then market those small businesses to the tourism industry.
Travis, it's a next gen sector partnership, isn't it? Or am I mixing up with something? Okay.
It is.
Great. Thank you, Travis, for clarifying. Any other council discussion or questions? All right, hearing none, then I would welcome a motion to approve our spending plan expenditures as reported.
So moved.
All right, moved by Travis. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Wild. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion to approve spending plan and expenditures is complete. Thank you very much, Colette, for the information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, moving on to our next voting item. Voting item number 7 is
I
going to
didn't
be...
realize I had my camera off until the very end.
Oh, it's all right. Hello and goodbye.
Sorry, thank you.
Oh, and Philip, I think you can lower your hand now. Unless you have more things you'd like to add.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All good, sir. All right. Yes. Moving on to agenda item number 7, voting item, Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy funding request. So I'm going to hand this off to Jennifer to give us just a highlight of what this is before we have a council discussion around it. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Before I move into that, I did want to address the previous question. The Bighorn Basin Partnership grant application, it is a Next Gen Sector partnership. They are a hospitality and tourism partnership. So everything else is correct. I just wanted to add that it's our one and only grant for a hospitality and tourism partnership. Hopefully more will come. Today's request, though, is for $15,000. This was requested by the Sector Partnership and Career Pathway Committee. They brought this through me, this request to the Strategic Performance and Finance, who approved to move forward to the full council, a request for up to $15,000 to host the 2025 Next Generation Sector Partnership Academy that will be held here in Cheyenne on April 24th. Most of this cost is for the hotel rooms. Since the inception of the Academy, the WWDC has paid for hotel rooms for participants. So the WWDC encourages members of members of those partnerships throughout our state, but also any new or emerging partnerships for those participants to come to the Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy to learn from partnerships that are thriving and doing great, but to also help those who are new and starting out, and to talk about what they're going to do for the next year. So at this academy, all of our partnerships create a plan for the next year. We hear from other states. So our contractor, John Melville, brings in facilitators from other states to help those partnerships create those plans. But we also hear about sector partnerships throughout the country and the things that they are doing to innovate as well. So as I said earlier, most of this cost is for hotel rooms. Because it's being held in Cheyenne, it actually is pretty minimal, but we need the up to $15,000 so that I can reserve the blocks of hotel rooms. Even if we don't use them, I need that spending authority to reserve those and make contracts, because that's really what takes the time, is for us to have an agreement with all those hotels. Because we shoot for about 110 hotel rooms, I actually book hotel rooms at three to four different hotels. Most hotels will not give us that many rooms. They usually give us 30 to 40 rooms to block. Even if we don't use those hotel rooms, it doesn't cost us anything. We cancel in time. But again, the spending authority is what's important. And the committee members and other sector partnerships really go out and try and recruit people to come to these academies. So we do want to shoot for the moon for the 110 hotel rooms. Then there's some ancillary costs. Because it's here in Cheyenne, it doesn't cost us anything to have the facility, to a lot of entities are here in Cheyenne, so that actually helps with the hotel room issue, but we do want people to travel here. We also plan to have some additional events on April 23rd to really showcase Cheyenne and why we come here and learn more about the thriving partnerships here in Cheyenne. The other costs usually include the name tags, printing for that, the printing for the booklets, and any other ancillary. That's pretty minimal. I believe last year we spent around $6,000, which is the plan. But again, we need the spending authority, and hopefully we spend it all, because that would mean we would have a record-breaking Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy, which would be fabulous. Last year we had 80 attendants, which to my knowledge was also one of the highest numbers we've had, which is why the committee selected Cheyenne again. Now I can yield the rest of my time for any questions that you may have on this request.
Great, thank you, Jennifer. I do want to kind of highlight when Director Gagan was answering the question around how we as council members, can help the Department of Workforce. Like, one of the things is this is a great opportunity to be that ambassador, right, in your communities. I think the Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy is such a critical event that we host, getting people excited, onboarding new people, generating ideas. As we also learned in the spending plan and expenditures, we do have additional funds that could be allotted towards growing these Next Gen Sector partnerships. So personally, I think it's very important. But thank you for breaking down the costs there. Council discussion around this funding request. Any questions regarding the request is for $15,000 for the 2025 Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy to be held in Cheyenne? Yes, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, just wanted to say thanks to Jennifer for the summary and to the committee I just wanted to kind of backfill a little bit. We had good discussion around the location, and we have previously had the location has been Lander a couple of times. We looked at a lot of other possibilities, but felt that Cheyenne was so successful in terms of the amount of people that could make it. And as Jennifer mentioned, last year, we added sort of a second half day of local events, which I think was also really successful. So this is kind of our keynote event of the year for the Next Gen Sector Partnership part of the work that we do. So just wanted to throw my support behind the request for what it's worth, and happy to answer any questions as well. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Tony. Yeah, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, just for my education and maybe other people on the council, if Jennifer or Tony could just share with us who all the target market would be to attend.
I'll take this one, Tony. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the target market is our current Next Gen Sector partnerships, as well as any communities. We have two partnerships that are emerging and are looking at launching or just recently launched. So their target population and any of their participants, as well as any council members or any business or industry that's looking at starting a partnership in their community. It really can start with a person who goes out and does that networking, is that ambassador, and brings people together to work on industries, opportunities for growth, and challenges that industries may face in our communities. They really are community-based. So when we send out our initial invitation, it goes to all of our existing partnerships, and then John Melville has a list of individuals who he currently contacts with. And, when I was a financial advisor, we called those our warm leads, that they've reached out to us. We had that connection in one way, shape, or form, and we send that information out as well. Ron Wild puts that in the newsletter that he sends out for the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership. And then at DWS, we also send out press releases. We have save the dates, and we basically tell everyone who will listen. We also encourage all of the council members to participate. It's a great way to learn about Next Gen Sector partnerships, and it's a great way to get involved again in your community, because we basically have a partnership. We have a partnership in every region, but a lot of communities have a close partnership or a partnership that's looking at launching.
Great. Does that answer your question, Travis?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Yeah, and I'll kind of also piggyback on what Jennifer said. A great opportunity. If you haven't been to one of these before, they're really engaging. They're fun. I love the addition that you all made last year, having that kind of half day after. It really does. I do believe what Mr. Cross was saying, kind of brought everything together, made it very fun for everyone to get together. So any other council discussion around this funding request? All right, seeing none, then I will welcome a motion to approve $15,000 to host the 2025 Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy here in Cheyenne.
So moved.
All right, moved by Mr. Wild. Do I have a second?
Second,
Seconded, was that Brenda?
Lauren.
Oh, Lauren, seconded by Lauren. Great. Any further council discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you all very much. All right, next up on our agenda item number 8 is our bylaws. And you heard me speak about these earlier in my address, which is again, going to operational excellence at least once a year, being able to look at the bylaws, make recommendations around changes that hopefully that we will have some recommended changes at least to approve once a year in our Q1 quarterly meetings. So over the last couple of months, you can kind of see presented to you. We provided obviously the bylaws in full for you to review. We encourage all of you to grab a cup of coffee and take a look at our bylaws, but a one-page summary of the highlighted changes, being that we spent a lot of time restructuring a lot of the content, making sure it read well. It was all bulleted, very professional looking. We had to make some additions to some different executive orders and CFRs. So those have been added. We added some clarification around what the executive committee does, as well as the duties of our terms. This also, again, introduces term limits to allow the governor to reappoint a member for an additional 4-year term or temporary period to not exceed 8 years. So term limits is also being introduced in this order. Provides reasons and process for removing of a council member. So a little, again, more clarity around that, as we did not have that before. Further discussion around vacancies, duties of the council, executive committee membership. Also just some nomenclature around the, changing it from Robert's Rules of Order, which would pretty much, we would have to abide by Robert's Rules of Order as stated. So by changing that from Robert's Rules of Order to parliamentary procedure, it allows this council to still use Robert's Rules of Order in a way, but not necessarily by the book, to kind of keep it formal, but not necessarily that formal. So those are just a few of the highlights. So basically, we are going to vote on whether we would like to incorporate these changes. And so I will welcome any and all council discussion around the current proposed changes to our bylaws. And once again, hopefully you all had some time to read and review them. I think we've had them out also for about a month there on Onboard. Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bureau?
Yeah, I was surprised how easily they read, so I commend you on that. When I first started reading them, I thought bylaws are never a good time, but they did flow pretty well. They made a lot of sense to me. I had to look up the difference, like in seeing that shift to parliamentary procedure versus Robert's Rules, and turns out like I didn't know there's a whole smattering of different parliamentary procedures, and Robert's Rules is one of those. So I wanted to see what you thought were like, what is the shift there that you were looking at in stepping away from the specifics of Robert's Rules? Like what drove that change?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And Jennifer, feel free to kind of also chime in. I think what really drove that change was looking at the way the bylaws were written. We would have to, basically what we're saying in our bylaws, we would have to go Robert's Rules of Order pretty much to the T. And so, all of us, you think about, true Robert's Rules of Orders, like you think about the legislature, right? That's truly Robert's Rules of Order. And we had to kind of make a decision. Do we want to move the council to be that? Or do we currently obviously, since I've been a part of this council, it's been kind of, again, a loosely adapted Robert's Rules of Order, especially around voting on items and motions, et cetera. But we wanted to kind of still keep it professional, but not necessarily to the legislator state of Robert's Rules of Order. And so, and even though we have been doing that, we just needed to make the clarification in our bylaws to say that that's how we run and operate this council. I don't know, does that make sense, Mr. Bureau?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I add.
Yes, Jennifer.
If I may. So currently we really act more in the general parliamentary procedure. Our current bylaws say Robert's Rules of Order, but we haven't been following it as strict as Robert's Rules of Order does require. So there would actually be no substantive change to how the council currently operates if we change the bylaws to say parliamentary procedure, because that's in essence what we've been doing the whole time. Chairman Trowbridge and Chairman Librera have always wanted to have parliamentary procedure there to have organization and order. However, it's always been on a very informal basis. So if we were to keep the current bylaws part of Robert's Rules of Order, we would all probably need some additional training to make sure that we followed it as strict as Robert's Rules of Order is. If we would like to keep our current format, the format that we've been using for as long as I've been here, then we really should adopt these changes to parliamentary procedure, because that's what we've been doing the whole time.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, if anyone feels that we should go in that direction, that's always something up there that you can put out there. But
I'd
yes,
like to see you be really formal.
yeah, suits, ties, black tie affair for council meetings. I've heard you, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I was going to say, if parliamentary procedure gives us an excuse to address each other as my esteemed friend from so-and-so, then I would be in favor of that. That's not why I raised my hand. I wanted to just agree with what Danny said. Best written bylaws I've ever read. Really, really clear. And so great job. I had one maybe suggestion, and just plant seed for future discussion regarding the term limits. I think the term limits are great. But I could also envision a situation where a number of people are falling off at the same time, and we may end up being unintentionally shorthanded or whatever. And to that end, maybe you've already thought of this, so apologies if I'm kind of talking over an idea you've already had, but I think it would be worthwhile in the next year or two to build a little Gantt chart of board members that includes when they're going to fall off, as well as not just whether they're private industry or who they're a designee of or whatever, but not on a granular level, but on a basic level, the skills that those people bring, so that we can project in 4 years, we are going to lose, all of our legal experts or whatever. I'm just making that up. And so we can do a little bit of planning around board recruiting or council recruiting, so that we don't find ourselves going, oh, everybody just fell off who knows anything about financial planning or whatever. I went through that exercise with another organization recently. It was really very elucidating. And I think I would suggest that we do something like that in the future.
Yeah, I have a lot to say to that. It's actually really great. Jennifer and I have thought about that. And actually, the platform that we use, Onboard, does have, I was trying to look on it on the website, does have a feature. I don't know if it's currently in our package, but it might be something we want to look at this year, that actually will allow each council member to go into Onboard and say exactly what you're talking about, Tony, which is, these are my skills. This is what I personally bring to the table, as well as, we're definitely going to be looking at kind of, I don't know whether it's a spreadsheet or if we can have that somewhere in Onboard or within our files, that does kind of say who's on the council, their term, also locations, where everyone is located within Wyoming. Another consideration is when we look at new council members, we want to make sure all of Wyoming is represented, right? All of these different counties and communities have different voices and they have different needs. And so we want to make sure that we're grabbing the right people from the right places within Wyoming. So yes, I totally agree with you, Tony. Yep. Jennifer, I don't know, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Cross, you're absolutely correct in making sure that you don't have more than 50% of your board turnover at any point in time. We do have a spreadsheet. In fact, everyone has access to it. But I think since we got on board, nobody uses the Google Drive anymore, which I don't blame you and I don't want to either. But I keep a very detailed spreadsheet of everyone's terms and when they'll term out. We also have what they represent, their industry. Sometimes we even have how many people fall underneath them, who represents small business. Thank you, Wendy. And then we also have their locations. So a lot of the makeup of the board, the entire makeup of the board is prescribed in a CFR and then also in the governor's executive order. So we have to keep track of that and have certain percentages. And then also in that is making sure you don't have more than 50% of your board turnover. And so that is
this
definitely
isn't the
something we
first
watch. And
time-
I've also looked back in history records to see who's in their second term or who's past their second term. There was a question in the committees earlier about what we would do if someone's past their second term, but they still have their appointment. And the answer is that we will proceed with everyone's current appointments. And so if you're in your first term, then when your term expires, then we welcome you to apply again with the governor's office to keep that knowledge going. And then if you're in your second term and you start to term out, this is a great opportunity, which is the nice thing about term limits is we can do that succession planning. We can have those subject matter experts start making recommendation of other individuals who have that subject matter expert. So we're not losing all of those skills. In fact, Ron Wild did that, and I see he put his hand up. So it really does help when you have term limits with having that planning and recognizing people as we know that their term expires. So it really does allow us to have that better offboarding and then planning for the board in the future.
This isn't the first time that I've had an idea that you've been 20 steps ahead of. So
Yes, I'm going to call on you real quick, Ron, but to kind of stay on the topic too, it's like, yeah, one of the things that I might even be bringing to the council potentially in May is recommendation to kind of up our onboard package a little bit to kind of pay for some of the more advanced features that onboard offers. And I'm just going to share my screen super quick, Jennifer, just to show what this could potentially look like for the council in the future. So let me see. This will be really quick. But all right, I think, can you all see that? There's one section that as an administrator within Onboard, you can see here, we've just been kind of playing around with it. But this should be able to allow us to input all of our council members, their terms. You can see there's like even a little diagram here that kind of shows the term length and limits. So succession planning is really easy. It's also really cool. It gives us recommendations to ensure that all the information within Onboard is actually accurate so that we can, so for example, it looks like 7 members don't have a role or term assigned, right? So it's really cool there. But the thing that's kind of locked right now is that thing I was talking to you all about is the skills tracking. And that allows you to go in and add skills and your industries and professions and actually create some really cool visual diagrams, like the makeup of your board and all those kind of things. So the cool thing is there actually is all right in front of us. We just got to turn it on and start committing to it and using it. So that's just kind of hopefully a preview to the future. And then, yes, Brenda, and I don't know, Ron, if you saw the question, but we'll go with Brenda for now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did share in the chat box. The governor's office also does have a listing of all their boards and commissions. I've noticed that they've been trying to update that too, as they've been renewing some of our terms and commissions. So it looks like it's pretty close to updated right now.
Great. Thank you, Brenda.
We actually just received an email with an updated website. So it looks great. It has all that information. I'm sure it's the same information that Jennifer has as well.
That's great. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. Because I just know that Google Forms was like weirdly embedded in the middle. It was all funky. I was like, ooh. So yay, look at us getting better. Yeah. And to Jennifer's point too, like honestly, some of the best council members that come are from your recommendation. And you guys are the best ambassadors for the council, right? So going back to what Director Gagan was saying is how do we best support is being that ambassador. Talk to your friends, like, you know, your professional industry and go, hey, you should try to think about joining the council, right? So that's where we get all of our best leads from, for sure. I don't know, Brenda, you still have your hand up, or do you have something else? Or okay, cool. Any other discussion around our bylaws?
Mr. Chairman, this
Yes,
isn't
Ron?
really necessarily around the bylaws, but due to the fact that I am terming out, so this will be my last meeting. I do want to point out, though, that as members leave, it doesn't mean that the council members no longer have access to any of their knowledge or their contacts or anything like that. We, as human beings, get to control the relationships that we have in our lives. So if anyone would like to reach out going forward, please feel free to.
Awesome. Great point, Ron. Yes. Once you leave, it doesn't mean that you're kind of dead to us per se. You know, we still want you to engage. These are public meetings. You know, you've met a lot of friends here and a lot of professionals. Definitely want to ensure that you stay engaged in our communities around the state. So great point, Ron. And the great thing also about the whole point behind term limits is we get fresh ideas, new people all the time, right? So we can kind of keep Wyoming ahead of that game. All right, last call for any further council discussion around bylaws. But really great conversations so far. All right, hearing none, then I will welcome a motion to accept the changes proposed to our bylaws as written and attached in the documentation. All right, so moved by Lauren. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Any additional council discussion? All right, hearing none, then all in favor, please say aye.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
We need to do a roll call vote. Any change to the bylaw requires a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. And you even added that specific with me, and I still gleaned over it. So we'll get, so you need to have like a blinking light on there, like a MySpace page for me. Okay, yes, we do have to do a roll call vote as this is a bylaw change. So Jennifer, will you please facilitate the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Governor Mark Gordon or designee?
Yes.
Oh, and just to clarify, you have yes, no, or abstain. Tony Cross,
Yes.
Ron Wild,
Yes.
Dick Smith, Chair Eric Trowbridge,
Yes.
Larry Fordor,
Yes.
Michael Kircher,
Yes.
Bria Hammock,
Yes.
Katie Hogarty, Travis Lawrence,
Yes.
Deborah Zonoski, Wendy Fiskett-John,
Yes.
Tina Conley,
Yes.
Nathan Williams, Philip Cornella,
No. Oh,
Brenda Morgan,
Yes.
Danny Bureau,
Yes.
Charles Wilson, Dan Meyer,
Yes.
Matthew Davis,
Yes.
Director Gagan,
Yes.
Nikki Harper,
Yes.
Ben Moritz or designee.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at a vote to 17-1, the 2/3 majority of the entire council would be 16. The changes to the bylaws have passed.
Great. Thank you very much, Jennifer. And thank you all for taking a look at our bylaws. All right, so that passes, and we're going to move on to our next voting item, which is voting item number 9, which is kind of as we had a special message out to all of you, about a month and a half ago. We had a very lively discussion around this topic. A lot of great things said there. We did have a proposal to kind of move forward with an RFI process. And as you all read and were informed, we were informed that unfortunately that's not part of what this process is. And we needed to go back and re-vote on whether we wanted to move forward with either the RFP process for our one-stop operations procurement, or if we would like to move forward with a bid exception request. So I'm just going to hand it over to Jennifer to add any little bits in there that I might have missed. But again, all of this information, we had a long discussion on it in our November quarterly meeting. And then the reasons why we had to bring this back to the full council for a revote were also stated there. So Jennifer, did I miss anything important?
No, I was just going to go over it.
Okay, yeah. And if you want to go over just to make sure everyone is still on the same page, we have time, of course. So
We have loads of time.
we do.
But everyone, I've never heard anyone complain for having a longer lunch. But I do want to just to reiterate what was sent out in December, that this is an agenda item, again, due to needing to come back to have that very specific vote or motion, really, that the two options that the council has here are request for proposal or a sole source, and that's usually done through a bid exception request. So after the council meeting, the team here went to start working on a request for information as the council voted previously and discovered some challenges. So this team at DWS actually met with the procurement manager and their staff and explained what the council does, because we're very unique and special, and this requirement is of the feds for the council to vote on this at least every 4 years, or to follow the state procurement policy. These are the subject matter experts at Department of A&I on procurement. They create the procurement policy. So we explained how the council is structured and this requirement, and that we must follow state procurement policy. In that discussion, it became clear that a request for information, it's not an appropriate use for the council. That, and I'll just read her direct quote that we had her give us in writing, that an RFI is for information purposes only and cannot be used to award a contract or a sole source or anything. You can't make your decision on who to give your contract to based on a request for information. A request for information is to literally get information so that you can write a request for proposals. So a great example that we talked about earlier, and this really helps solidify why we couldn't use a request for information. But the example given to me was the digital wallet. So when this project started, that team did not really know what the specifications of a digital wallet are. So the team put out a request for information so contractors and industry leaders could provide information so that that team could write an RFP with the specs for what they would like to see in a digital wallet look like, and what those parameters need to look like. And Laurel was shaking her head. She's not an IT specialist, and so all that language probably, you know, as I wrote IT requests for proposals before, I don't know where to begin sometimes. And so that's when a request for information is necessary, because they needed that information in order to write an RFP. The council does not need the information. In fact, the CFRs and the WIOA law actually specify what needs to be in an RFP and what the requirements of the one-stop operator and the adult and dislocated worker providers are, which brings me back to the quote that the information submitted would be used for a RFP. In this case, a request for information is not helpful to the council, and we could not award from that. So an RFP, if that was the road that the council wanted to go down, is the mechanism to see if there are other entities in the state who would like to submit their proposals to provide those services. An RFI does not do that. Are there any questions about why we're voting on this again? Perfect. I just wanted everyone on the same page from the get-go. It was not me not wanting to write an RFI. It was direction from the procurement manager. So again, to bring us all on the same page, we're just going to go over it again and make sure we are all on the same understanding. So there are a couple components to what an RFP could hold, but still the council makes the decision on. So the first one is the one-stop operator. And so this motion for whatever path we take can include just be the one-stop operator and then separate out the adult dislocated worker and youth provider, or the motion can have all of it and you vote on that. That's up to you guys. I just wanted to say there are multiple components to this decision today. So to go back to basics, the roles and responsibilities of the one-stop operator is one component. And that was in your packet from September and November. It really spelled out the one-stop operator. So that is the entity that provides the connections to the public for all of the core programs and as many required programs as possible. To give some more detail, it's to coordinate that service delivery of all of the one-stop partners. So that's the 4 adult dislocated worker youth, adult basic education. It's also vocational rehabilitation and Wagner Pizer, and then other service providers that are our required WIOA partners. It's to integrate the systems and coordinate the one-stop centers with the partner agencies. It's to integrate workforce delivery by function. You know, in my brain, I see this is head cat wrangler for all of the components of WIOA. And it really is as much as possible, but it's really that coordination of all of those services. And there's some additional requirements set forth in the One-Start Partner Infrastructure Agreement, which was another attachment that you've received in the past and hopefully reviewed, because this information has been provided at least two other meetings. The one-stop operator assists in developing the state plan, but they I'm actually the person, I'm the governor's designee to submit the state plan, but they do assist with the state plan. And then they can help with negotiating the performance measures, but that really is giving us that information. At DWS holds many hats, and we have separate sections in our agency for that. So the state administration part, which is Trevor Mansfield and his team, really they collect the information for the performance negotiations for at least the adult dislocated worker and the adult dislocated worker youth and Wagner Pizer programs. And then the one-stop operator also helps with the budget, but does not do the oversight. It's not responsible for the oversight of the programs. Oh wait, sorry, those are, Trevor just helped me. These items are the things they're not able to do. So they can't prepare the state plan. They don't do the negotiation. Like I said, Trevor's team does the negotiation, and then the rest of the budgets, they don't have any authority over the WWDC budget or required activities, and they're not responsible for the oversight of the other partner programs. So like I said, it really is the facilitator so that the public, so our constituents, the people who come into the workforce centers, whether it be a business or a job seeker or any member of the public, so that it really facilitates the use of all the services under WIOA. So I alluded to the options. The options set forth today are to do an RFP for the one-stop operator. We could also RFP the Title I services in whole or in part. So we could separate out the adult dislocated worker and youth programs and have separate RFPs for all that. Or again, we can do an RFP for all of these services, or The second option is a sole source selection through a bid exception request for all or part of these services to be done with Department of Workforce Services. So remain status quo. The procurement requirements for the single area states. We have gone over this before, but we are required to, and when I say we, I mean the Workforce Development Council is required to make this decision at least every 4 years, or the state procurement policy. Because we are a single area state, there is an option for the sole source through a bid exception request that is not available for local area states. And then the WWDC cannot designate or certify a one-stop operator without this competitive process. So we must make a decision because all of our one-stops need to be certified in 2025. More information on that to come, but every one-stop must be certified. So the WWDC can't certify them without going through this process. And we were really grandfathered this opportunity. So being a single area state comes from WIA, which is the predecessor to WIOA. So that allows us the opportunity to be a single area state, but WIOA did not provide the authority to grandfather existing one-stop operators. So WIOA didn't require the council to vote on the one-stop operator, or WIA didn't require the WWDC to designate the one-stop operator, but WIOA did. And in 2017, the chairman started making those changes because that was a change with the new law. And the members of the legislature that wrote this really wanted to make sure that the boards chose. And so even single area states have to choose, but you do have the option for the sole source. And so that's how they kind of made that authority continue. When a sole source is determined necessary and reasonable, a written document must be obtained. So we'll have to write this up. The sole source procurement must include appropriate conflict of interest policies and procedures. And the Workforce Development Board may select a one-stop operator through the sole source. So again, this is only for single area states. Some questions that were asked earlier, and now the answers. So how do other single area states conduct their procurement process? So the team here at DWS reached out to every single area state. There are technically 11 single areas, but 4 of them are territories and the District of Columbia. So of the remaining single area actual states, we contacted them all. New Hampshire they responded to tell me that he would like to talk to me in person, but hasn't responded since. Vermont just responded that they have a one-stop, they do an RFP for the one-stop operator and the Title I services. South Dakota, they gave us the most information and have been incredibly helpful. They do an RFP for the one-stop operator, but all the single area states minus Delaware award to their state entity. So it can be called many different things, such as South Dakota Department of Labor, North Dakota Department of Labor, Utah Department of Workforce Services, and Vermont Department of Labor. So their state entity that's just like the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services is who they award their one-stop operator to, except for Delaware. South Dakota says they only have the one respondent, which is the South Dakota Department of Labor, and they don't have anyone else. They do not do an RFP, they do a sole source for their Title I. South Dakota or North Dakota does the sole source for both operator and Title I. Delaware RFPs, all of it out. Utah sole source for both programs, and then Vermont does an RFP for both. Are there any questions about what is presented here on the screen?
Yeah, Ron?
Yeah, I was just curious with Delaware, the one-stop operator and the Title I services. I'm going to assume the non-state agency is, for each of those is the same agency. Do you know?
I
How,
think I get
how
to
does that
that.
look? You know, have you heard anything about their success and their reason for going that direction?
We have, so the next slides have some, whatever detail they gave us. So South Dakota, sorry, I'm running two computers. South Dakota gave us the most detail. Some of the detail is about how when they do an RFP, so how do they create those firewalls within the agency, because they're very much structured like we are. So really this slide is about how they have those internal firewalls for and they just RFP the one-stop operator, and then they only have the South Dakota Department of Labor apply. Then in North Dakota, they conducted an initial RFP way back when we started, when single area states had to do this. And they've sole sourced since 2019 for that. They have an MOU with the governor and their state workforce investment board, which is the same as what we currently do. When I reference the MOU that's multi-agency, that's what this is. There's an MOU, it's attachment A, that's with the governor, the state workforce investment board, and then the roles and responsibilities of the operator and the partners. And then their executive director is appointed by the governor. So they just was giving us more clarification again on those firewalls to make sure that we don't have a conflict of interest and invalidate the process that the council is doing here today. So Delaware, so the youth is done through an RFP. The one-stop operator is selected through the RFP. Title I, well, I guess they didn't tell us who does it. So I can't answer your question, Ron. This is the only information that Delaware provided. If Trevor has more information, he's the one who actually was talking with Delaware, but we were being really specific about this process. So they probably just didn't add that. And then Utah, New Hampshire, and Vermont didn't give us, well, New Hampshire didn't tell us anything, and Vermont didn't give us any additional information besides if they do RFPs or sole source. Another question that we had in the past is who would an RFP be sent to? The state A&I procurement manager asked me that question as well, because they have to select how to categorize that. Really, the answer is we generally will put it on, if this is selected, we put it on the public purchase site. And then if an RFP was selected, the WWDC would need to create a work group, and then they could help identify any potential vendors to send it to directly to help A&I identify what category to put it under. The agency in the past has put out RFPs for the youth program when it was WIA. So, you know, Jim Engel used to talk about that, but that was under WIA, not WIOA, when really just the youth program. That was many, many years ago. It's been sole sourced for as long as I've been here, but it has happened in the past, and we could look at that for the category. Some other considerations here is that the one-stop operator is very minimally funded. We're talking about $70,000. Other states have more, to be honest. And so the states that choose an RFP, even though they always give it to aside from Delaware, they award it to their state agency, they have more funding. And Wyoming really is talking about $70,000 for the one-stop operator. Newly selected operators would be unfamiliar with the local conditions, and because this has been awarded to DWS for many years, the one-stop operator would have limited to no experience in our communities. Also, I do want to note, provided in onboard for this meeting package, Director Gagan created a 2-page document of the efficiencies. So some other things to remember are currently in our workforce centers, many of the required partners are also administered through DWS. And so right now, a customer has a pretty seamless experience. And it's close to, I mean, we have Department of Family Services and Adult Basic Education, not in our workforce centers, but most of our workforce centers also house vocational rehabilitation. But right now, we're coming really close to that no wrong door philosophy. And just as a side note, the Wagner-Pizer services, which is a required program. So Wagner-Pizer is the basic job services. So you walk in, you can use the computer, you can get help with your resume. And then the employer services must be administered through state merit staff. And so you have to be a state employee to administer Wagner-Pizer. And something that's unique about Wyoming is all of our employees in the workforce center are state merit staff, so they can provide Wagner-Pizer services and WIOA services. If there was a different one-stop operator, well, really, if there was a different adult dislocated worker and youth operator, they could not also provide Wagner-Pizer services. So people would have multiple case managers. So finally, to wrap up with my section is the next steps are for the council to decide on the option of an RFP or a sole source for the one-stop operator, and then also to decide an RFP or sole source for the Title I services, either together or broken apart. And you can also make the motion with all of them together. That part might be confusing for all, but I can definitely help you through, and so can Chairman Trowbridge on any questions when it comes to that. And now I stand for any questions about the procurement process.
Any questions from council to Jennifer? Lots of information, and we've obviously had months to review this, but I really appreciate the recap, Jennifer, the refresher. Because we all know it's a big decision and we have to make it, but it has to be made today.
Third time's the charm.
Yes, third time's the charm. Okay. Well, I don't see anyone with any questions for Jennifer, but Jennifer is available if anything does come up as we go through the motion process and answering any questions. But before I welcome any motions, just any general council discussion between us that we would like to have before welcoming any motions. Yes, Brenda.
Jennifer, just for clarification, the last time we did this, did we do sole source for both together or did we split those up?
So that is a great question, which is why in this last spreadsheet, we have 2 bullet points. So the motion actually only covered the one-stop operator when we went back to the minutes for an RFI. So we really do need motion or motions that address the one-stop operator and the Title I service provider. So we're always going to have to revote on something because unfortunately in the motion, in November, it did not include the Title I service provider.
But then when we did it 4 years ago, do you know if we combined them both together, the one stop and the title? It was together as a sole source?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All the other times, it has been a sole source for both the one-stop operator and Title I service providers.
Great. Thank you for the question, Brenda, and Jennifer, for clarifying. Maybe would it be appropriate to make it easier to, I'll welcome a motion for the first one, for the one stop. We'll do a motion and a roll call vote for that, and then move to Title I. Would that make the most sense, or we just do one motion to incorporate both?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Brenda.
I would be willing to make a motion.
All right, well, hearing no other further council discussion, yes, I'll go ahead and welcome your motion, Brenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we do sole source procurement for both our one-stop operator and Title I service provider.
Okay, the motion's been made by Brenda to do a bid exception sole source for both one-stop operations and our Title I operations as well.
Seconded.
All right, so seconded by Ron Wild. So before we move to a roll call vote, any council discussion? The current motion on the table is to do a sole source vote for both of these services. Council discussion.
Do we at this point need to stipulate who that sole source exception is for? Or
The sole source, yep, just for the minutes, yeah, sole source exception would be to award the sole source to the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. Yes, thank you, Danny. All right, well, hearing no further council discussion, Jennifer, I'll go ahead and have you facilitate a roll call vote, please.
Governor Mark Gordon or designee?
Yes.
Oh, and again, for clarification, you have yes, no, and abstain. Thank you, Lauren, for always being ready with the yes, or no, or abstain. Ron Wild.
Yes.
Tony Cross. Oh, Tony, are you there?
Sorry, mute button problems, but yes.
Dick Smith. Chair Eric Trowbridge.
Yes.
Larry Fodor.
Yes.
Michael Kircher.
Yes.
Bria Hammock.
Yes.
Travis Lawrence.
Yes.
Katie Hogarty. Deborah Zonowski.
Yes.
Wendy Fiskett-John.
Yes.
Tina Conley.
Yes.
Nathan Williams. Philip Cornella. Brenda Morgan.
Yes.
Danny Bureau.
yes.
Charles Wilson. Dan Meyer. Matthew Davis.
Abstain.
Director Gagan.
Abstain.
Nikki Harper.
Abstain.
Ben Moritz or designee?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this motion has passed.
Great. Thank you very much, Jennifer. And thank you, council, for, again, the lengthy discussion and a lot of great comments there, but the motion does pass. So we will award our one-stop operations procurement via bid exception to the Department of Workforce Services for both our one-stop and Title I services. So we will get to that underway. All right. And looking at Agenda item number 10, lunch break. Yeah. And so because we've been so efficient with our time and getting to the spot, all of you have an extended lunch. So you have an hour and 50 minutes. We will reconvene for our afternoon session at 1 o'clock. So in the meantime, get some lunch, stretch, get some other work stuff done, and we'll see you all back at 1 o'clock for our next presentation. Thank you all. Have a good lunch.
How are you? Good. What does doing okay mean to you today? As are your people impacted? Well, even if you don't, even if you're not familiar, like it's kind of horrifying and very scary and
All right, it is 1 o'clock, council. So hopefully you all had a wonderful lunch break, got up and stretched, got some good food, and you're ready for part 2 of the quarterly 2005 Workforce Development Council meeting. And I'm really excited to kick off part 2 with some very special guests from Generator Wyoming. And for those of you who are not familiar with it, when we were considering who would be a really great speaker to inform this council regarding opportunities around entrepreneurship and what we're doing in that. As we heard earlier today, from a state level, entrepreneurship is a big priority, a big focus for us. And I've known about the Generator program almost since its beginnings in Wyoming, and have just personally have been a big fan of everything that Generator has been doing in the past, what they're currently up to, as well as the future. And so just to make sure that this council is aware, this next hour, really, there is no voting item here. There's really no ask other than the ask of all of the information that you're going to get from these really wonderful individuals. Please take these back to your communities around the state. This is not just a Cheyenne or a Casper initiative. You're going to hear from Bailey. I think I even saw Stephanie on here. And I think we also have another, there's Stephanie. We have another, we have Dan. Who else we have on here from Generator? Is it Danielle?
Troy, I'm here as well.
Oh, yeah. So we've got a lot of awesome representation here. So really what my ask is going to be is listen, be a sponge, soak up everything. There's going to be some time for questions and answer here. And then, go back to your communities and talk to your leaders and your entrepreneurs there so that they're aware of these really amazing programs that they offer. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Bailey Evans, and feel free to kick it off and introduce your team. Thanks for joining us today, Bailey and group.
Thanks, ET. Good to see you all. Thanks so much for having us. As ET mentioned, I brought friends. So we are covering a lot of the things the Generator does. We are a national company, and we will jump into those things. Is it best for me to share slides, or what's process?
Yeah, what do you think, Jennifer?
Well, I'll leave it up to Bailey. I just have the PDF, so it's probably easier for Bailey.
I can share the slides. Let's make that happen. All right, how's that? All good? Okay. Well, yeah, I am, as ET mentioned, my name is Bailey Evans. I live here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I've been working for Generator since 2020. I got the privilege of launching our G-Beta Wyoming program back in 2020. And we're going to tell you a little bit about that G-Beta program and how we support startups and entrepreneurs. And Troy is going to tell you, we're going to go through a whole deck here. It's not especially long or detailed. We tried to leave quite a bit of time at the end for questions, but I will let my team introduce themselves, and we will start with Troy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Troy. I'm one of the co-founders of Generator, and I'm based in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I'll pass it off to Steph.
Yes. Hello, I'm Steph Reese. I'm based here in Cheyenne along with Bailey, and I am the G-Beta and G-Alpha program manager here in Wyoming for the whole state. Go ahead, Danielle.
Thanks so much. So great to meet you all. Danielle, or Danny Remick. I'm actually a Wyoming cousin because I'm here in North Dakota. I like to say that for us in the Midwest, where some way, somehow, we probably have some folks in common that we know and share in our network. So great to meet you all and add you to the cousins list. I am actually a part of the skilling program that you'll hear a little bit more about, which is different than what Steph and Bailey will be sharing about G-Beta and G-Alpha, but an amazing part of the Generator ecosystem that has been supporting the Cheyenne, Wyoming area for the last 5 years.
Bailey, is there a way to make it full screen on your end?
Oh, is it not?
It is, but like, or click the green button on the upper left of the Chrome browser.
Is that better?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Cool. Well, we always like to introduce ourselves through our mission. Our mission at Generator is to be the best partner for a community to invest in its best and brightest. So community is very core to what we do, whether that's the work that we do in Cheyenne, the work that we do throughout the state of Wyoming, but also the 40 plus other communities that we operate in throughout the United States. what we do at Generator is really across these 5 different product lines. So fundamentally, we run accelerator programs to catalyze community, mentorship, network, conviction, and capital to bridge an ecosystem's genius with opportunity. So going from left to right, we run investment accelerators. So these are venture capital funds where we actually invest cash into startup businesses, startup technology businesses in exchange for equity. We do not do this, at least not yet, in Wyoming. The second column is what we started with in Wyoming, which is our G-Beta program. So this is a free pre-accelerator program, and Bailey and Steph will provide some more details on that programming initiative, which we operate throughout the state. Third, our corporate programming. We do a lot of work with corporations, including Microsoft, which is a name you'll hear throughout this presentation. But we do a lot of work with corporations across forming and growing corporate venture capital funds and corporate innovation departments. And that manifests in a group called the Generator Corporate Innovation Network, where we make these corporations available to the startups that we that go through our accelerator programs. That could be for direct investment, business development purposes, customer vendor relationships, or even M&A activity. And then separately, we host a conference series designed to connect corporations with startups as well as investors across a variety of industry verticals. Fourth, we have our Skills Accelerator. So this is our workforce development initiative, again, a partnership between Generator, Microsoft, and LinkedIn. Through that sponsorship with Microsoft, we've been able to operate this in Wyoming, and we'd certainly love to expand or increase the volume and scope of that programming in the state. Last but not least, our creative accelerators. It's admittedly the smallest thing that we do, but I think one of the coolest things. And the idea is, how can we apply this accelerator model to a different type of entrepreneur, in this case, artists and musicians? So rather than necessarily helping them with the musicality or the artistry of their work, how do we make them think like business people to create a sustainable career around their art form? My co-founder and I, we started Generator in 2012. It started in Wisconsin, and then we've really grown out from there. Today, we very much have a focus on secondary markets. These are places outside of the major tech hubs. So outside of California, New York, and Massachusetts, we want to be kind of the everywhere else player, if you will, throughout the country. That manifests in 45 plus communities where we either have venture capital funds or startup accelerator programs. In total, we've worked with more than 1,500 startups. Cumulatively, we've helped those startups raise more than $2 billion, and those companies combined have gone on to employ almost 13,000 people. I mentioned we started in 2012 in Wisconsin, and really we have a confluence in the upper Midwest, but it very much is that secondary market approach. So we try to pick markets, outside of those major tech hubs of Silicon Valley, New York City, and Boston, and just kind of stitch those markets together. My joke on that is that no Silicon Valley venture capitalist wakes up in the morning and starts Googling Cheyenne startups, but they might hear about Generator. So how can we get the benefit of branding and kind of pulling those startups, whether they're in Cheyenne or Casper or Milwaukee or Birmingham, Alabama or San Antonio, Texas? How can we tie them all together under a common thread and expose our network of investors to those startups to increase their chances of success?
All right, so I'll begin to talk about our G Alpha and G Beta program. So thank you, Troy, for that at least intro. And so we offer pre-accelerated programs. So like Troy said, these are for no equity, no investment, right? So they're going to be free to Wyoming entrepreneurs. And right now we have just G Alpha and G Beta. We did run our first G Alpha over the spring of 2024, and it ended up being pretty successful. There's no cap in terms of participants as opposed to G Beta, which I'll talk about here next. But the G Alpha program is statewide, it's virtual. Generator has several in-person and also virtual programs, but I think us in Alaska are one of the few that are fully statewide. So big state, a lot of opportunities there, but also not a lot of people. So it's a 4-week program, and it focuses really on venture creation or entrepreneurs kind of at the idea stage, where if they have an idea for a business, they maybe want to explore venture capital or maybe that path and potentially what it takes, right, and what it involves. And so we do a little ideation with them. We help them explore, market competition, revenue models, getting an MVP established, and just a lot of customer discovery. So those very basic foundational things that are really important at that early stage or idea stage. We offer them opportunities for mentor introductions. So, if they could be subject matter experts, they could be, anybody in a specific industry or maybe a track that they go, as far as the business that maybe it would help them. So we make on average 20 or more introductions for G Alpha. I also incorporate some guest speakers, utilizing my Wyoming network or Generators network, just depending on what the subject matter is. I offer weekly coaching sessions. Some of them could be one-on-one, but since we have no cap, let's see, I had 19 participants in our last G Alpha. So, team sessions and sort of strategized sessions are really important there. And we also, like I said, offer lunch and learns for some curriculum throughout the 4-week process. We teach them how to create a pitch deck. We have a template that we use and tend to focus more on investor specific things and what they would look for, and teach them how to pitch in a pretty, beginner capacity, and then offer a virtual showcase. So G Alpha has shown to be really effective and does help with our G Beta pipeline in terms of recruitment. And so G Beta is going to be a little bit more in depth. So for early stage startups who are really looking to grow and looking to meet mentors, expand their network, and to pitch investors. And so this one is also free pre-accelerator, but it's going to be statewide virtual, but 7 weeks long. And so they meet with 30 plus mentors throughout the first 6 weeks. And we really coach them on anything, KPIs, metrics that they want to focus on growth that might impress investors. They can be pre-revenue or post-revenue. We've really seen the whole spectrum in terms of founders. And we do this by coaching sessions, lunch and learns. Lunch and learns are a little bit more in depth at this point, where it's revenue models. We get into financing and milestones. We get into comparables. So things that investors would really want to see when they're pitched to. And I forgot to mention that G Beta we're capped at 5 companies each time. And so we run 2 G Betas a year. And so at this point, Wyoming has had 40 companies or 8 cohorts, and we started back in 2020. So it's a thing to try to recruit in the big state with small population, but we tend to have on average 30 or more applications. And so it is a competitive process. We interview and we choose the final 5. And lastly, we have an in-person showcase, and we just finished the G Beta one. ET was at. Thanks so much for attending, ET, back in December, a few weeks ago. So G Beta.
Yeah, thanks, Steph. Thanks, Troy. So yeah, as Steph mentioned, so far with G Beta, we've had 8 cohorts. So we have 40 companies we consider alumni of that program. Those 8 cohorts, those 40 companies have raised almost $19 million now in both equity financing, so investment dollars from investors, and or in grant funding. So maybe SBIR type funding or research funding. 48 jobs have been created since they graduated from the program, but I think the better statistic is that 97 full-time employees and 54 part-time employees currently work at one of our alumni companies. So 97 full-time, the equivalent of 124 jobs, people working at G Beta companies. Knowing that these are small, nimble startups, a lot of them only have a couple of employees. We've worked with companies coming from 21 different cities across the state of Wyoming. And as has been alluded to, both the Skills and the G Beta and G Alpha programs are sponsored by our partner at Microsoft. So Microsoft is who makes this free for our founders to be able to participate. They don't pay anything to join our program. The next step that we're hoping to establish and that we've been working on for some time is a fund. So I'm working on raising a venture seed fund. It'll be a $5 million plus fund that will be able to actually invest dollars into these G Beta companies. So that's something that I just wanted to touch on here today. But if you'd like to learn more about this fund, I'd love to talk more about it. There's a lot more to say than I could just sort of hint at here. But we currently have commitments from the Wyoming Venture Capital Program, which is a program of your cousin, the Wyoming Business Council, as well as Blue Federal Credit Union. And seeking additional local groups, foundations, family offices, individual investors that are interested in investing in Wyoming companies and putting our dollars to work here in our local companies. So And with that, I'll turn it over to Danny.
Thank you so much. So as Troy mentioned at the beginning, one of the programs that Generator offers is our skilling program. This was actually a program that was born out of the pandemic. One of our means of revenue and support of this program is Microsoft, and they tapped us on the shoulder and said, "We love what you're doing with all of the accelerators and entrepreneurs. Do you think you could do something like that, but for individuals who are looking for in-demand jobs with tech skills that are marginally, impacted by the pandemic?" And so here we are 5 years later and continuing to do that same mission in that accelerated model. We provide virtual skilling to individuals. And as you can see on this slide, it says 3 years, but we're closing in on 5. So apologies there for that mistake. But we're in 25 different locations, Wyoming being one of them. And to this point, we've served nearly 3,000 individuals with our skilling program. We have some really great stats that we're proud of. 87% of the individuals that join our program graduate. And that is of the testament of the way that our program is set up, where individuals will be learning on their own, but then they have a career coach that supports them along the way. I like to tease and say, you know, if it isn't for my buddy that I'm going to meet at the gym in the morning, there's no way I'm getting to the gym. That accountability partner, that career coach who's your biggest cheerleader and champion, really does help our folks get through this, no matter what their barriers might be. And we've had a total of 2,500 graduates. So with our program, and the coaches focus on not only helping individuals with the curriculum, and I'll share a bit about what the curriculums look like as well here in a bit, but not only do our coaches help individuals get through the curriculum, but they also support them to build a resume, a LinkedIn profile, learning all the ins and outs about what it looks like to apply for many different kinds of jobs that are out there, really even actually being able to debunk what does this job description actually mean and look like, and what does a career in my future and my dreams look like, and how does that align to the kinds of jobs that are available and open, not only in the Wyoming area, but nationally, in a lot of jobs that are online. We have had quite a beautiful amount of just, you name it, across the gamut of individuals that have joined our program, from individuals who are in the population of underemployed or unemployed, but then also individuals who are already employed, who are looking to upskill in their current role. We have traditionally, within all of the years that we've provided services, 1 in 4 of those individuals have a disability. 59% of the participants are individuals who identify as being a person of color. 69% are women. And out of all of the individuals that come into our program who are job seeking, the average salary rate, a national average salary rate for these individuals is $65,000. And it is a really tough market out there now, post-pandemic, but we are still trucking away at making sure that not only are we focusing on graduation rate, but also the placement rate, or that, getting that job. And so we are at about 62% for individuals who are seeking jobs 6 months after graduating our program, being able to celebrate and cheer for the new job that they've received from our support. I'll share with you some specific Generator Skills Wyoming stats. So we've had 603 program applicants, and out of those individuals, that is an amazing amount of individuals who are seeking something more, something greater in life. And so congratulations to the Wyoming workforce. You've got a great workforce of people who are interested in more. Because of our support and sponsorship from Microsoft, we were able to accept 192 of those applicants into our program through the last 9 cohorts that we've delivered. And out of all those individuals, we have 114 of them who are job seeking and have received offers and had some jobs. Just for a piece of additional information here that I thought was interesting to share with you all, some of the titles of individuals that have come into our program are things like graphic design artist, GSC manager, Parks and Rec manager, a branch administrator, customer service specialist, sales development rep, America's regional leader, business and oral English teacher, machine health, IT specialist, data analyst, and some of the companies that are hiring these individuals. And mind you, this is just a small list with no specific reason to share other than these were some of the jobs that stood out in the 114 that I looked through. The Fort Hays State University is hiring our folks, Circa, Lunavi, 211, obviously Parks and Rec, so state employees, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, the North Antelope Rochelle Mine, Circa, Kestria, so you name it. Lots of great companies that are Wyoming based that are hiring our individuals, but then also some remote jobs as well. Individuals who are joining this program are not, it's yes, sponsored by Microsoft, but they're doing this sponsorship because they want to invest in the community. They're not doing this specifically for hiring at their data center. But with that being said, currently we are actually recruiting for individuals for an upcoming program in February. And we're looking at the demographic specifically of individuals who are veterans. And the Microsoft Data Center is looking to hire as many individuals as they can straight out of this program. And so I will share a link here in a bit and would love your help to recruit individuals who might be interested in joining this program that might be in your network. So just some more information about this generator skills model and how we do this. I talked a little bit about the job coach and piece, but meetings like this and also our social ads is a way that we reach folks in the area. I have been calling every veteran organization across the state. So word of mouth and social ads is how we recruit to get individuals to join this program. We provide them, like I said, cohort-based virtual programming, and we focus on job placement as well. So some of the career paths that, and that's on the next slide, Bailey. Some of the career paths that individuals are able to gain skilling in is what's on this slide here. So our most successful and most transferable job skill program would be our project management course. And that course leads to the Certified Associates in Project Management, and that's an industry recognized credential. This February program that we have coming up is actually the IT help or IT customer service, where individuals will get the ITF certification through CompTIA. The other ones that are listed here on the slide, IT support and help desk. Oh, sorry. The February program is IT support and help desk, not IT service, customer service. So apologies for that. IT administrator, cybersecurity, business professional. We're adding AI into all of our coursework because we know that that's a skill set that is not going away and is definitely needed in the market. Data analyst, customer service specialist. So these are all different programs that are available specifically for the Wyoming area. Like I said, it's the IT support and help desk, but over the last 5 years in the Wyoming area, we've offered project management, the business professional, customer service and sales, and data analyst. So it's been really successful and really well received. And we even had at the showcase in December, one of our past graduates got on stage and was not, speaking in public is not something that folks love to do. And so this was just another beautiful opportunity for a graduate to be able to get in front of folks, practice executive presentation skills and share her experience going through the program and her success. So it was a great opportunity for us to pull both of our programs together there. So like I said, we have a program coming up in February, and you'll see the link there on the screen. I'll put it in the chat as well. And it's a real quick and easy process to just have folks apply on our website to be able to join. But you're more than welcome to reach out to me with any questions you might have about the program. I love to be able to get in front of folks and share about this. And so would be happy to join any of your staff meetings or you name it. And last but not least, I would just share that the skills program is able to be available across many states because we do identify different means of funding. So in Wyoming, we specifically are supported by Microsoft, but in other states, we are in those states because of grants like the Good Jobs Challenge. Also, we work with workforce development boards in many other states. And we just really want to invest in a community and doing that by sharing our skilling opportunities with folks.
So to kind of close it out, certainly we're looking to grow across all these fronts, the startup fronts, the G-Beta programs, the venture capital fund that Bailey's raising, but then also on the workforce development side here. So if there were an opportunity to partner with the state of Wyoming to get on the ETPL, that would certainly allow us to expand the scope or the volume of participants that we have through that skills program. Currently, we are only funded by Microsoft in Wyoming, and so that limits the volume or the number of participants that we can have. So we'd love to increase that. Reciprocity, we are on the Montana ETPL, so I know Montana and Wyoming have reciprocity agreement. I would love to learn a way if there's a way that we could leverage that. In addition to what Danny mentioned, if there's other sources, outside of WIOA, for instance, FSET or TAMF or other funding streams that could potentially pay for these things, ARPA dollars, the Good Jobs Challenge, there's been a number of financing pathways, even the Governor's Discretionary Fund within WIOA or any other channels that the council here may be aware of. So happy to answer any questions on any of that. Again, the startup work, the venture capital work, or the workforce development work.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, we're going to take some questions from the council. Looks like we already have our first from Bria, but first of all, again, thank you, Bailey, Steph, Troy, and Danielle. Just really great job, and hopefully, council, you realize why I wanted to bring this group in front of you. Just so many great opportunities for us to continue building upon all of our entrepreneurship investments. I don't know if this is necessary, so keep me honest, generator. But it's kind of like napkin to NASDAQ. It's kind of like the people are just I don't know what to do. Like, okay, you write it down on that napkin per se, right? But the whole generator ecosystem really does facilitate a whole gamut of getting a company started. Is it a good idea, funding, etc. Really the upskilling program is really exciting to me as well. A lot of people are like, hey, I'm in my job, but I want to advance. How do I do that? And, just kind of like as a dream, I thought wouldn't it be amazing how over the next couple of years to continue our efforts and investments in entrepreneurship and our one-stops, we've got 18 wonderful locations around the state. Wouldn't that be great that one day that, the one-stops also become a one-stop shop for new entrepreneurs or new businesses wanting to get started and getting the resources and the training they need to do that. So just a lot of really cool ideas. I wanted to make sure I give you all the opportunity to meet these great folks as well as the brainstorm. And like they mentioned, get out there in your communities and let them know about this. This is a statewide program, and the more folks that we're able to get through them and graduate, I just think it's fantastic. So that's my 2 cents. And so now I will take questions and, brainstorming from the council. And the first one, go ahead, Bria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, folks. This was really informative. I really appreciate you all taking the time to talk about this stuff with us. I think particularly in Wyoming, such an important conversation for sure. I know you touched on it incredibly briefly and is a small part of your I guess book of business, but I would love to hear more about kind of the creative lean and how, plans for providing any of those things for not only artists, but also folks who sit in a maybe more commercial creative entrepreneur lane, et cetera. So happy to sidebar about that too, as that is definitely close to my heart, but interested to hear if anything else you guys have to share about that.
We do not have any of the art and music programs in Wyoming. Really it's just a function of funding. So we do have them. For instance, the state of Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation does fund art and music programming for us. We're about to be under contract with the state of Nebraska Economic Development Corporation as well. We would love to bring that to Wyoming. We think it's unique. We think it's different than a lot of artist in residence or fellowship programs, which I think are overly philanthropic in nature and not capitalistic enough in nature. And so our bend is really, how do we provide tools, mentorship, and network access to artists to make a living out of it successfully?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think I sit in all of those things in my career, I guess, at this point. So folks who are really on the ground in Wyoming, if there's any way that I could help in that conversation or jump in, you guys know how to find me. So that would be awesome. I appreciate it.
I'll definitely do that, Bria. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bria. Dr. Ballard.
Yeah, I was actually kind of following up on what Bria was saying too. We have community college actually that's getting ready to create a new whole graphic design program in there, talking about trying to connect it with entrepreneur, opportunities for students. So there may be some symmetry or alignment in there too on something like that as well.
Yeah, and actually, what might be good too is you answer questions like, what is your role on the council? Because I think, Dr. Ballard, that'll kind of help Generator know as well.
So I'm the Deputy Director and Chief Academic Officer for the Wyoming Community College Commission. So we coordinate and collaborate with all of the community colleges across the state and with UW as well.
Thanks. Great. Other questions or comments from the council? A lot of stuff to consider. Going once. Going twice.
Mr. Chairman, this is Brenda.
Oh, yes, Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, going back to the comment about wanting to be on the eligible training providers list. When I look at your guys' website, at the right front of the page, it says there's currently no cost to participants. So to be on an eligible training provider list, normally there has to be a cost. So I'm curious, behind the scenes, what does it cost for an average participant to participate?
Yeah, $3,500. So in this case, Microsoft is the one paying that bill. In other states, it could be WIO funding through ITAs. It could be like the Good Jobs Challenge, etc.
Okay, thank you.
So, but our goal is to never have participants pay out of pocket.
Thank you.
Great.
So I just asked that to one piece of funding that we have recently started working with also is the incumbent worker training funds. And so sometimes that's where the individual or the company pays for that individual, and then there's the reimbursement after the fact. We're doing that incumbent working training in both Wisconsin and Ohio. I'm not sure if Wyoming is moving into incumbent worker funds or any of that, but it kind of seems like the trend. I'm getting lots of questions about that recently.
Awesome. Thank you, Danielle. Any other brainstorming or thoughts? All right. I guess my last question then would be,
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, Jennifer, go ahead.
Dr. Aldridge has her hand up.
Oh, yes, Dr. Aldridge.
Thank you, Chairman Trowbridge. I just wanted to say that yesterday, Steph, Reese, and Bailey met with our business and marketing teachers from across the state of Wyoming, and we recorded that. And they were specifically talking about incubator, how to set up incubator projects or in the environment in your classroom, as well as pitch, how to teach students how to do a pitch. And we had great feedback after that finished yesterday from the teachers about how excited they were about the information that had been presented. So I want you to know that the Generator work is not being done just at the community college or community level, that it's being done actually with our secondary teachers, and they just do such a nice job of presenting that. I really appreciate their involvement in our community and in helping to educate our students who will be our entrepreneurs, if not today, tomorrow.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Aldrich. All right. Any other council discussion or comments? Making sure I'm not missing any hands up out there. Oh, Jennifer. Yes.
I have a question. In other states, how are councils using the governor's discretionary funds for these projects?
Yeah, so in Wisconsin, the governor has put some towards our skills program. I think specifically there was some frustration on the amount of paper. I'll give a vivid example. A lot of WIOA and workforce boards required in-person enrollment, especially during the pandemic, and that was, I think, challenging. So they use some discretionary funds to allow different pathways for eligibility, certification, and so forth, and specifically virtual training providers and whatnot. That's been a huge boon for us. It was called the Wisconsin Worker Connection Program, and frankly, we would love to see other states do it. So it's just you get around some of the traditional bureaucracy.
When a side note on that too, this may not necessarily be governor's discretionary fund, but the governor in San Antonio decided to allocate a portion of their sales tax to support their, it's called the San Antonio Worker Connection Program. So that was a different way to utilize supporting funds overall, and the governor had a big play in how that worked across, obviously, the state and the city specifically. And then in North Dakota, the governor used some discretionary funds to support North Dakota government employees to go through a 4-week program that we passionately call the AI for Government Employees program. We're also doing that for AI for Manufacturing, who are really creative in our names. So that is just one other way that the governor has funded our program in different states.
How has it been used in Wyoming?
Oh, good question. I don't know, Lauren or Jennifer. Think of some examples of the governor's discretionary fund in Wyoming. How have we used it and applied it around the state for different initiatives? I'd imagine like WHIP being one of them.
So the governor's discretionary funds are not used for WHIP. That's WIOA specific, and I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer and Liz and her team to talk about the specifics of how they've spent that.
Right. So the governor's discretionary funds for WIOA are your operating funds. So it's all the projects that you have funded. I was just curious how other states have used Workforce Investment Board's discretionary funds to fund training, because as this council knows, the grant requests that we get are really specific and really complicated sometimes to make sure that it meets the definition of WIOA and the use of those funds. And it's really limited. And so that's why I was curious. But to answer Troy's question, this group spends a lot of discretionary funds. Well, not a lot, but because we don't have a lot. We're a minimally funded state. And that's really, like, of the states, we get the least. So the projects that have been traditionally funded focus on youth and career exploration, and then our next gen sector partnerships as well. So that specific governor's discretionary funds that's to WIOA are the projects that the council here funds.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I just want to make sure we were on the same page. So I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And we've invested in a few different projects, as long as it's benefiting, obviously, the participants of WIOA. So, and council, that's the budget items that we talked about in the spending plan expenditures early this morning, about the budget that we have and that are allocated for us to discretionarily spend on behalf of WIOA, the governor's office. So, yep. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question. Are there certain credentials that people can earn through GBeta?
Not through GBeta, no.
Not through GBeta, unless you consider being a GBeta alumni as a credential, but it's not official. And for skills, that might be a different answer.
Okay.
We find that the entrepreneurial world is rather allergic to credentials, for better or worse. Probably for better.
We're trying to leave the world of credentialing, is what you're saying. Great. Any other questions, comments? I do believe we have contact info out there for Bailey and folks for the council. So if you want to reach out or want some time to think it over, or, you know, looking at some of these asks, that kind of stuff, definitely continue these conversations as we move throughout the year. So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Generator team. It's always a pleasure, a treasure, a joy, can I measure. Keep up the great work. And we'll be reaching out to you soon, and keep us abreast of all of the wonderful things that you continue to do for Wyoming.
Thank you, ET and council.
All right. Bye all.
Bye-bye.
All right. So moving on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 12. Let's see, is Michael Moore on the call? Yep, I see Michael Moore. So if you are ready, Michael, we're going to hear about labor market information and specifically youth and the workplace. So I'll hand it over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, are you able to present my presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Moore, and I'm the research supervisor for the research and planning section of the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. And I'm going to provide a brief presentation today on youth in Wyoming's labor market. You know, we all know the number of youth working in the U.S. and Wyoming has declined over the last couple of decades. And of course, we all know about the exodus of younger Wyoming workers to other states and the discussions we've had on retaining them. But in the last few years, we've actually seen an increase in youth working in Wyoming. Just a note as I go through this presentation, when I talk about youth, I'm talking about individuals 15 to 19, unless I happen to mention otherwise. Next slide, please. Just a real quick bit about research and planning. We are an exclusively statistical entity within DWS. We collect, analyze, and publish timely labor market information. We provide this information to the public, legislators, educators, training providers, the media, and more. Next slide, please. Before we get started on youth, I want to mention some information about economic downturns. Most of the graphs I show you in this presentation will have 3 shaded areas, and these represent periods of economic downturn. And just want to be able to provide how youth are affected by this. We define an economic downturn as at least 2 consecutive quarters of over-the-year decline in employment and total wages based on data from the Quarterly Census of Employment and Wages, or QCEW. And we've had, here in Wyoming, we've had 3 periods of economic downturn in the time frame I'll be talking about. The 5 quarters from 2009 Q1 to 2010 Q1, the 7 quarters from 2015 Q2 to 16 Q4, and then most recently from 20 Q2 to 2021 Q4, and that was a 4-quarter period. This figure will show you Wyoming's total average monthly employment 2000 Q1 to 2024 Q2. And you can really see here an illustration of how Wyoming's overall employment dropped during our 3 periods of economic downturn. And each of these periods had its own unique characteristics, but all 3 of those were preceded by declining energy prices. Next slide, please. So it's important to keep in mind that the first downturn of 2009 to 2010 coincided with the National Great Recession, which lasted from December 2007 to June 2009, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research. I've marked the period of the Great Recession here with this blue box, and you can kind of see how it overlaps with our downturn in 2009 and 10. And this downturn in particular in the Great Recession really saw some changes in the way that youth participate in the labor market. And I'll discuss that in just a minute. Next slide. This slide shows our over-the-year percent change in average monthly employment and total wages over the last 24 years or so. This is kind of a good visualization of how we identify economic downturns. The 2009-10 downturn, as I said, coincided with the National Great Recession, and it was also caused by declining energy prices. The 2015-16 downturn was more specific to Wyoming and was due to drastic decreases in the prices of coal and oil and gas. And then finally, the 2020-21 downturn was due in large part to the COVID pandemic and declining energy prices. Next slide. We'll move on to the Wyoming youth now, ages 15 to 19, which is the focus of this presentation. There'll be a lot of graphs and historical data, but I'll start off with some recent numbers. In 2023, the population of youth ages 15 to 19 in Wyoming was 40,349. That was an increase of about 3,000 individuals compared to a decade earlier in 2013. It's about an 8.1% increase. In 2023, we had 22,576 of these youth working in Wyoming, which was a 7.7% increase, or 1,600 individuals compared to 2013. So you can see here the percent growth in the population and youth working were pretty similar, 7.7 to 8.1%. Next slide, please. This slide shows Wyoming's youth population, which is the black line up top, and the number of youth working in the state, which is the red line. The black line shows Wyoming's youth population from 2000 to 2023, and you can really see some periods of the youth population declining and remaining flat, but you can also see since 2019, we've had pretty consistent growth in Wyoming's youth population. The red line shows the number of youth, again, that are working in Wyoming from 2000 to 2023. And you can see that that first downturn there, you can see, and that was associated with the Great Recession. You can really see how that stands out and how we saw a pretty massive drop in youth working and what a disruptor that period was. The total number of youth working in Wyoming fell from 28,537 in 2008 to 21,066 in 2010. So during that downturn, we lost about 7,500 youth, which was about 26.2%, or about 1 in 4 individuals. And you can see how the number of youth working remained mostly flat after that, with some small ups and downs for several years. And then from 2019 on, we saw an increase, except for the decline in 2020 during the pandemic. The decline in the red line kind of show a small decrease from 2022 to 2023. But I think that will change once more data are available and we're able to identify more individuals. I think you'll see that actually keeping on the same path and increasing. Next slide. Just a quick note to mention that the decline in teenage workers was not unique to Wyoming. This chart shows the labor force participation rate for youth ages 16 to 19 in the U.S. from January 2000 to October 2024. You can see that the labor force participation rate declined from about 52% in parts of 2000, consistently about 35% for the last 15 years or so. Again, you can see the national Great Recession from December 2007 to June 2009 in the blue box, and you can really see how it was during this period that the national labor force participation rate for youth dipped below 40% and never recovered. Next slide. What this slide shows is that as of 2023, in the last couple of years, youth earnings have increased. In 2000, the average annual wage for youth in Wyoming was about $3,500. In 2023, that increased to about $8,200 annually on average. Now, these are nominal wages, but even adjusted for inflation, youth are making more than in past years. For example, that $8,200 in 2023 was about $5,000 and $2,000, so still quite a bit higher than the average of $3,500 in 2000. Next slide. This graphic shows the number of youth working in Wyoming by selected industry. Obviously, the industries we most commonly see youth working in are leisure and hospitality, which is the black line up top, and the retail trade, which is the gray line underneath. We saw an increase in youth working in both of these industries from 2020 to 2022, before it came down just a little bit in 2023. Next slide. If we remove leisure and hospitality and retail trade, and we kind of zoom in and get a clearer picture of the next 5 industries that we most frequently find youth working in, which you can see here are construction, healthcare and social assistance, professional and business services, educational services, and public administration. Next slide. Now, if we focus just on the red line in there, we can see how the number of youth working in construction has changed since 2000. After a pretty substantial decrease from 2007 to 2009, the number of youth working in construction remained flat for about 5 years. But since 2016, the number of youth working in construction has pretty consistently increased, except for a drop in employment again in 2020 during the pandemic. Next slide. Now, if we look just at the blue line, we can see the steady increase of youth working in healthcare and social assistance from 2013 to 2023. You can really see, starting in about 2014, just how we saw this pretty steady increase. Next slide. This table shows the change in youth working in Wyoming by selected industries, those top 5, and then retail, trade, and leisure and hospitality. Overall, the total number of youth working in Wyoming increased by about 1,500 individuals, or 6.9%. For comparison purposes, during that same period from 2013 to 2023, the total number of persons working actually decreased by 2.7%. So a little bit of an increase in youth while the overall trend was going down. Healthcare and social assistance had an especially large percentage increase in youth from just under 1,000 to 1,433, which is an increase of 464 individuals, or 47.9%. Leisure and hospitality had the greatest numerical increase, as we saw the number of youth working increase from 8,623 to 9,377, which was an increase of 754 individuals, or 8.7%. Next slide. Talking again about youth in healthcare and social assistance, where we've seen that increase, this brings up a lot of interesting questions and ideas. What kinds of jobs are these youth working in healthcare? Is this a potential career path? Can we track youth who worked in the labor force back into their teens, into healthcare jobs as they got older to see if there was a career path? One of our analysts is currently examining all of this and a lot more, and we'll be publishing an article in Trends later on this year. Next slide. This graph shows the 4 healthcare subsectors by North American Industry Classification System code and where they worked. So we can see that of all the youth working in healthcare and social assistance in 2023, about half of them, or 44.5%, were working in the social assistance industry. And this includes a large number of youth working in child and youth services and services for the elderly and persons with disabilities. Child and youth services includes things like adoption agencies, youth centers, child guidance organizations, youth help organizations, and foster care placement services. Services for the elderly and persons with disabilities includes things like adult daycare centers, senior citizen centers, and home health care. So this increase that we've seen has been in youth working in healthcare has been just taking place over the last 10 years or so. This is all pretty new. Next slide. This figure shows the number of youth working in Wyoming broken out by gender. Males being the top black line, and you can see that prior to the 2008 or 2009-10 downturn, we pretty consistently had more young males working than young females. And since then, for the most part, it's been pretty equal between a number of young males and young females working in Wyoming. Next slide. This graphic shows the percent of female and male youth for selected industries. So Wyoming had an almost identical number of young males and females working in 2023, which is this last bar at the right, with 11,433 females and 11,451 males. But this obviously varied quite a bit by industry. For example, if we look just at construction, which is the first bar there, 89.7% of those were young males, compared to just 10.3% of young females. If we go over to about the middle of the graph where we see the large blue for healthcare and social assistance, we can see that females made up 80% of all the youth working in there, compared to males at 20%. Next slide, please. On average, male youth earned more than females did in 2023, $9,147 compared to $7,251. A big part of this is the number of young males that were earning high wages in construction, with an average of $14,145. But there were several industries where young females had earned more than young males. This included healthcare and social assistance, leisure and hospitality, and educational services. Next slide, please. This graphic illustrates how youth are working longer on average than in past years. So the red line shows that from 2020-19, youth worked an average of 2.6 quarters per year, aside from a dip to 2.5 in 2010 and 2011 following the Great Recession. The average number in quarters worked increased to 2.7 from 2020 to 2022, and then all the way up to 2.8 in 2023. In contrast, the blue line shows that the overall average number of quarters worked for all workers in Wyoming has remained at 3.2 all the way since 2009. So again, we're seeing an increase in the number of quarters that young people were working. Next slide. This figure shows the average number of quarters worked by youth in Wyoming by gender. We can see that young females, which are the blue line, have historically worked more quarters per year on average than males, the red line. And it's interesting that as we look through this, regardless of the the year or the period or Wyoming's our economy or whatever was going on, this is pretty consistent throughout. Every year we had more females working than males as far as youth go. Next slide. From 2013 to 2023, the average number of quarters worked by youth ages 15 to 19 in Wyoming increased from 2.6 to 2.8. The number of quarters worked increased in all of the industries that I've been talking about. In particular, in healthcare and social assistance, youth worked 3.1 quarters on average in 2023, which is the most of any industry. Next slide, please. Statewide, the number of youth working increased 6.9% from 2013 to 2023. This map breaks that out by county. The counties that are black here saw a decrease in youth working over that 10-year period. The white counties saw an increase of 0.1% to 9.9%. The red counties are the ones we're really looking at that show us the greatest percentage increase during that 10-year period of 10% or higher. Lincoln County showed the greatest numeric and percentage increase in youth working with 316 more or 61%. Other counties with increases of 10% or greater included Sheridan, Hot Springs, Laramie, Crook, Bighorn, and Campbell. Slide, please. Just to summarize everything we've been talking about today, Wyoming has seen an increase in youth working the last few years. An especially large increase was seen among youth working in healthcare and social assistance, which may be an idea for providing a potential career path. Youth worked more quarters on average in 2023 than in any other year since 2000. And youth earned more money on average in 2023 than any other year. Next slide, please. With that, I'll go ahead and wrap up the presentation. I know, again, threw a lot of numbers at you, but feel free to take time, look at the presentation. Thank you for inviting me to speak here today. And if you ever need help finding any data, navigating our website, or if there's anything in particular I can provide you with, please don't hesitate to call or email me.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael, for that information. As you all know, I love data. And so this is all very fascinating to me. Just want a quick clarification, Michael. I think it's also true on the national level, but it's really difficult to track the gig economy jobs. Is that correct? I don't know if any of that's been calculated into these numbers, like Uber drivers,
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. That's something that everybody is still kind of working on. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, all the states that trying to find a way to capture that information. And online jobs like that would be difficult too. If we had somebody in Wyoming working in an employer in California, for example, that wouldn't be captured. This is just with Wyoming employers. That's something that everybody is aware of and trying to find a way to track that and include that in the data.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Yeah, I know on national level it's the same way, but just curious. Thanks. Council discussion or questions regarding the data and info you saw? I mean, it was great to see youth, increasing. Very interesting about the healthcare trend over the last 10 years. I don't know if the pandemic had anything to play with that, but thoughts, council, or questions for Michael? All right, I guess my last question, Michael, is when will we get the 2024 data usually?
We have 2 quarters of it right now.
Okay.
And so we've got 2 more we're waiting on, and usually by about May we'll have all 4 quarters of 2024. That'll be the time when we start working on getting the annual report out to everyone, and we'll have it by then.
Awesome, great, thank you, Michael.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Jennifer.
Dr. Aldridge put in the chat, great information. Are you able to identify those that are earning elective high school credit as well as money? I believe that is the emphasis on work-based learning has helped build this number.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, we are not able to do that. That's something that has been turned over to the education groups and the statewide data that they've been working on. I don't know in particular if they've done anything on that or not, but they would be the ones to ask about that the SLDS.
Great, thank you, Michael, for clarifying, and thanks for Dr. Aldridge for the question. All right, hearing none, thank you, Michael, and we will see you at our next council meeting.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 13. We're going to have Trevor Mansfield give us a presentation on the prior year 2023 annual report and performance report. And I do believe all of these reports have been submitted to the feds, but I will hand it over to Trevor to give us all the details. Trevor?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As he said, I'm here to talk to you today about the program year 2023 annual performance reports. I believe we also have Christina West available too, as we get to the end, if there's questions or if she wants to chime in at any point. So before we dive too far in, I wanted to give a little background on the process of how we get here. So every 2 years, my team and Jennifer Wilch negotiate the rates with the Department of Labor. The program year for this goes from July 1st through June 30th. So this program year that these reports are for is for July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2024. And really the success is found by achieving at least 90% of the different negotiated rates. Oh, sorry, Jennifer, could you skip ahead 2 slides? I'm skipping ahead on my own screen and it's not working for everyone else. So sorry about that. The 5 areas of performance measurement that we've negotiated at this point are employment rate in the second and fourth quarters after exit. And for youth, this also includes those that are in education or training. Median earnings, credential rate, which is the percentage of participants enrolled in training who attain a credential or secondary school diploma or its equivalent. And then measurable skill gains, and this is a percentage of the participants who are enrolled who have a specific improvement or achievement in skills that can be objectively measured. So that can include things like report cards, test scores, other milestones like that. I wanted, if we could skip ahead to the next slide, I wanted to explain the performance reports a little bit, and then take just a brief pause to allow you all to take a moment to look at those. And next slide, please. So just these reports are a little bit different, so I thought it was worth spending a little time to help explain what you're looking at. In the 2 areas circled in red, you'll find the program that you're looking at. Next slide, please. This area of the reports will show the time period. So we get these quarterly. Additionally, they are annually. So if you want to look back at different years, just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. One thing that's different about these reports than other reports you may see are the cohort periods that are covered in the reports. This means that we're not looking at one group of participants throughout this report. It covers different time periods of when people exited or were enrolled. Some of the reasons for this include the information gathering timelines. So an example would be measurable skill gains, which are for those that are enrolled in the program year of this report. The credential rate, though, is counted for up to a year after exit. So that's a different group of individuals that we're looking at with that number. And as a note with that, if you look at the numerators and percentages, they're based off of those specific cohorts that we're looking at for each report. So it's a different numerator and denominator for each of those areas. Next slide, please. This part here shows the negotiated rate. So that's the goals that we're trying to shoot for. And then the next slide, please, will show what the actual rates that we achieved were. And with that, if we go to the next slide, we had planned to take about 5 minutes for you all to get in on board and take a look at the reports. And then we'll come back together. I'll give some highlights and then we'll have time for questions. All right, if we can go to the next slide. I wanted to provide just a couple highlights on each of the different programs as we go through our analysis of what we saw from the reports. For WIOA Youth, you can see strengths were the employment rates for second and fourth quarters, and that includes education and training for youth as well. But it was above 90% of the negotiated rate. The earnings were $2,700 above the negotiated rate that we had, which was excellent to see. And additionally, the credential rates were above our negotiated rates as well. An area for improvement that we're working on is measurable skill gains. And this is across the board with all of the programs, as you'll see as we go through them. And I'll go into a little more detail on this at the end as well. If we go to the next slide, we'll see the strengths were the same. Again, employment rate, earnings, and credential rate. Of specific note on this, the earnings were nearly double the negotiated rate, which again is fantastic for the individuals that are finding that employment after the program. Again, the area for improvement here was the measurable skill gains. Next slide, please. Our WIOA dislocated worker program, there's several areas for improvement, but I want to make sure to be very clear on this program that the sample size is very low. As I went through and looked at this, I did the math, adding one individual more for employment in the second and fourth quarters. It was one or two individuals more that were employed, and we would have met and exceeded that 90% rate. So we were right there, but the numbers in this program make these statistics sometimes hard to really understand where we're at. But a major success in this program for those that were employed is that median earnings were nearly 3 times the negotiated rate. I'm going off my memory here, but I believe the quarterly median earnings for these individuals was around $27,000, which is fantastic. Next slide, please. In the Wagner-Peiser program, I wanted to make note that the credential rates and measurable skill gains are not evaluated under this program. However, we met or exceeded the negotiated rates, the requirements there, and the earnings again were higher than what we had by 1,500. Next slide, please. The 3 biggest takeaways that I had from the annual report this year are the 3 things listed here. Measurable skill gains. This is an area that we have typically done very well in. However, we believe with the system transition that provided us with some challenges that we didn't anticipate. We didn't have the typical reports that we use in the workforce centers to make sure that these are being documented. And additionally, we're continuing to investigate to ensure that the values that are being put into the system are reporting correctly. So we have no reason to suspect that there's any long-term issue with this, and expect to see these come up as we go through this next year. The next one was the employment after exit. It's an area where we did fairly well across the board. However, there's always an opportunity to do better here. If we can get to 100%, of course, that would be the ultimate goal, to make sure everyone going through the program is employed. However, reality says that's probably not possible. Regardless, we've been talking about some strategies that have been used in the past on reaching out to individuals who aren't employed after they've been in the program to make sure that they're getting the other services through the workforce centers to ensure that they can have the help they need to find that next job. And then the final takeaway is earnings. Across the board, the performance was exceptional in median earnings. I mentioned the dislocated workers' median earnings were 3 times what the negotiated rates were, and it was a significant increase. I believe it was close to double what the median earnings were for the year before. And with that, if we go to the next slide, I'm here if there's any questions or discussion, and I believe Christina is on as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Trevor. And it looks like we already have some. And then, let's go ahead. Oh gosh, you all raised your hands at the same time. So I'm going to go on my screen. Let's start with Nikki Harper, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thank you. First, more of a question. It's a comment. I want to congratulate Christina and the team and Trevor's team on this data. Being a title partner who has to report on this data, I understand, sometimes getting to these measures are not always easy. DOL always keeps wanting to increase performance, and sometimes for smaller states, it's a little challenging. And Trevor, thank you for mentioning some of the challenges with the system. We had those same challenges with regards to MSGs when we changed over systems. And I always say, thank you, sweet baby Jesus, that RSA is not counting MSGs last year or this year, because we had a little bit of a hard time meeting that negotiated number as well. So really, it was just a comment. Kudos to all of your teams on getting to those numbers. And as the system settles down and as we figure out better ways to track those, I believe we should start seeing increases in all our negotiated numbers. Congratulations again.
Yes, thank you, Nikki. And I'll also kind of piggyback on that. Great job. Really, overall, I think the numbers speak for themselves. A lot of really great performance metrics areas. And obviously, there will always be areas of opportunity. We're never going to be perfect. And we should always shoot higher and go for the goals. So moving on to the next one, looks like Brenda, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Trevor, for that great report. I guess I just had a couple of definitions I was looking for. On the report for effectiveness of serving employers, I was curious what that accessing untapped labor pool was. There was 145, I guess, contacts. And the other one was, I was curious what the definition is of a dislocated homemaker. Thank you.
Yeah, on the first question, Brenda, going offhand, I don't know exactly what that entails, but we can certainly get that information to you. Christina, do you happen to know the second one, the definition of what's involved there?
Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Mr. Chairman and council members. So we can get you the actual true DOL definition. I don't have that part memorized, but I can tell you what it means. So a displaced homemaker is someone that has not worked for a period of time, not been in the workplace, not had those skills. So, some examples, these are just quick examples, but maybe somebody that has worked within the home only and not worked outside of the home. And then all of a sudden there's been a life-changing event and now they need to work outside of the home. That would be considered a displaced homemaker.
Thank you, Christina. And I had somebody chat me the definition from DOL in the meantime too. So there's three parts. It's an adult who has not worked full-time for a full year in the labor force for a number of years, but has during such years worked primarily without remuneration to care for the home and family, and is unemployed or underemployed and experiencing difficulty in obtaining or upgrading employment.
Oh, that's quite a mouthful. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Brenda?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, great. Dr. Ballard?
So first, I too want to say, congrats on the data. I mean, it looks great, and I am excited about it. I was just going to say it may be interesting to, as we're looking at data like this, to look at the data around adult education, which is Title II of WIOA. As well, because they report some of those kinds of things, and there is so much co-enrollment and connection at this point that Christina and Nikki and folks have been working together with Diane McQueen in our office, who oversees the adult ed. And what it does is it raises all of that, right? It raises the level at which we were able to perform and the adult ed students are able to perform, as well as what you're seeing in some of your data as well. So maybe something to think about, Mr. Chairman, if there's an interest in seeing some of the data on adult ed. And it's one that we get to celebrate because we are often first, second, third in the nation in some of our data, which is exciting. And I think the co-enrollments, I'm pretty sure we're #1 in the nation on how we have been able to partner together and kind of braid the work that's being done between the different titles.
Great suggestion, Dr. Ballard. Maybe that's something that we could work off between this meeting and the May meeting, potentially. Yeah, it sounds like I would love to see that data and celebrate it for sure. Yeah, great stuff. Other council comments or questions regarding our last year performance? I just have one question for Trevor. And I know that we had that big system migration, there was all the hiccups there, which again is just kind of part of the deal with tech. When we have the next reporting data, all the reports coming out of the new system, do you anticipate them to kind of just be comparable to what we used to get in the old system? Or do you think that there might be additional new information, like better reporting, or about the same? Hopefully not worse.
Yeah, no, of course. I think we're looking for better in the long term and really developing reports that work for us the way that we want them to. So it's still a work in progress with those and getting them where we want them to be and what they need to be for us. But that's our end goal, and that's what we're working towards with the vendor on it.
Great, awesome, Jennifer.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I wanted to take a moment to say that these numbers are our report card from the feds. So these are the performance metrics that we must report to the feds, but the council has the opportunity to look at other areas too. And so we've talked about this over the years. We gather a lot of data that could be analyzed in different ways to better answer any questions or specific projects that the council would like to look at as well. And Trevor and I have talked about that hopefully in the long term that the system will be more accommodating and doing those ad hoc reports and to pulling other data that the council would like to see. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to ask the council to think about other types of information you would like to see as well. And between research and planning and Trevor's team and Christina's team, we can probably answer those questions with the data that we currently collect. But lots of other councils have additional performance metrics. And so that's definitely something that this council can move towards in really providing the story of what the workforce system does. I think at the end of the day, that's what we're all trying to do is tell the story behind the numbers and tell the story of how well our workforce system in Wyoming is working as well. And so there's definitely opportunity for the future.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think that ties in very well with what Dr. Ballard was kind of bringing up. So, I definitely want to take that as a takeaway from this meeting is, maybe Jennifer, you and I and the team can look at what other states do as far as what they look at coming from a performance metric perspective. There's some good ideas, but, like Jennifer said, I welcome any and all ideas from this council, putting together basically in a way, Wyoming's report card on the health and status of our workforce system. And to what we said is it's more about the stories happening behind those numbers and being able to celebrate the wins and also to better identify our opportunities. So great. Any other council discussion? No, but I'll just end with, we want to echo, congratulations team on really a great performance here and looking forward to seeing what you do in the next year. So great job. All right. Well, once again, we are ahead of schedule, so I don't think anyone is going to be complaining to me about that in the comments from this meeting, or I hope not. So I'm going to go ahead. It is what time is it? 2:23. let's go ahead and reconvene. We'll give you an additional longer break. So if you need to catch up on some other work stuff, you know, if you want to do a little yoga session, you know, get some mental wellness going on, I would encourage that. Let's all reconvene at 2:45. So we'll see you back here at 2:45. All right, I'm going to welcome the council back from our last break as we head into the last section of our quarterly meeting. And one of our favorite parts of these meetings is really having the ability to hear a story of how our programs have benefited one of our participants around the state of Wyoming. And so to share a one-stop center story, we have Christina Eaton to tell us about the Sheridan Workforce Center win. So Christina, are you ready to tell us the story?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. So hello, my name is Christina Eaton, and I have the privilege of being the Workforce Center Manager of the Sheridan office. And I really thank you for the opportunity to share information from the Workforce Centers. So currently within the Workforce Centers, so we are struggling with increased costs of training and support services for participants, college tuition for all programs, and all non-college programs have continued to climb, while the 13,000 limitation for training has remained the same. Costs of rent and utilities have also increased, and assisting participants with these has become a challenge within the thresholds and limitations of support services without requesting waivers. And statewide, there is also a need for cost-effective housing and childcare assistance. And so with that, I do have two success stories to share with you. The first one is an adult. So Trevor, faced with uncertainty after being let go from his seasonal position on a rock crushing crew, determined to find a more stable path, Trevor visited the Sheridan Workforce Center to explore WIOA services. He realized that earning a commercial driver's license, or a CDL, would make him more valuable to his current employer and allow him to work year-round. So after speaking with his boss, Trevor was assured that he would be rehired immediately upon completing his CDL. So with the help of WIOA program, Trevor enrolled at Mountain West Trucking School in Gillette, where he excelled, finishing at the top of his class. Upon returning to his job, Trevor not only secured full-time employment, but also received a $10 per hour raise, marking a significant improvement in his career and financial future. Trevor is currently making $27 an hour. His proactive approach and hard work transformed a seasonal role into a stable, well-paying opportunity. So my next story is a youth. So Terry enrolled in WIOA in December of 2021 and was co-enrolled in Wagner Pizer and DVR and adult education. She was seeking assistance in completing her HiSEC, or her high school equivalency certificate, and obtaining employment. She had dropped out of high school and had no work history. Terry completed the basics and Sheridan Scope program. The Scope program is a Sheridan youth program that partners with adult education to provide tutoring for the youth so that they can work towards getting their HiSET, and work readiness skills, resilience workshops, financial literacy courses, soft skills workshops that teach the youth life skills such as healthy living and the purpose of car insurance, conflicts resolution, and self-advocacy. However, she was not able to test for her HiSET as she was still waiting for her accommodations to be approved for her learning disability. Terry was patient in waiting for her accommodations and focused on the job readiness training provided by the Workforce Center under the 14 youth program elements. These included occupational skills training, leadership development opportunities, comprehensive guidance and counseling, financial literacy, assistance with support services, incentives and stipends, career exploration, workshops which included mock interviews, labor market information, job shadows and work experience, and entrepreneurial skills training. Terry was able to get a survival job while in the program. This helped her to strengthen her employability skills and to understand the needs and wants of employers. Terry has always wanted to start her own business and provide janitorial services to businesses and individuals within Sheridan County. Therefore, we began to work with Terry on a business plan and explore this possibility. Terry eventually passed 4 of the 5 tests needed to complete her HiSET. However, Terry became discouraged in passing the last test after many attempts. She was having a difficult time with motivation for her tutoring, as well as work schedule, making it difficult for her attending her tutoring sessions. She never gave up, and in October of 2024, Terry passed her 5th and final exam. Unfortunately, she did not have the cumulative score of 45 required to obtain her HiSET. So Terry was again discouraged, and her current case manager and tutor continued to work with her as she took and failed several more exams. Eventually, Terry retook the math exam and passed with enough points to get her HiSET. So this demonstrates the youth that our programs serve on a daily basis. Many struggle in the traditional high school environment, having learning barriers as well as other barriers that can impact their ability for success. In the end, Terry's youth case was open for 5 years before she was able to meet her educational and employment goals. So since completing her HiSET, Terry has started her own janitorial cleaning business and has numerous clients throughout the Sheridan area. She no longer receives any type of public assistance and has moved into her own apartment and has reliable transportation and now earns a self-sufficient wage. Terry is looking forward to finally walking in the adult education's graduation ceremony this coming summer. And that's all I have for you.
Yay, awesome. Thank you, Christina. And, again, thank you to you and your team for all that support. 5 years. Wow. Definitely shows perseverance, and also kind of ties into a lot of our conversation we've had today around entrepreneurship and starting businesses. And it's actually kind of a cool story to hear someone in youth, kind of wanting to do that right out of the gate. So very interesting road there. So definitely a lot of applause from this council to both of those individuals. Does anyone else want to speak on behalf of those 2 stories? All right. Well, thank you, Christina. And I guess maybe just one question for you. Are you currently seeing any trends in your one stop up there in Sheridan as far as needs or asks or wants or things that we can best support you?
No, not really. Currently we're just getting geared up for our spring semester in college, and there's a large increase of program costs, as I said earlier. So we're searching throughout the community for other resources for our participants so that the funding that we do have available stretches further.
Great. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Yes, keep up all the great work. All right, next up on our agenda, which is kind of an enticing title here, Next Gen, what's coming next for Wyoming? And I do believe I saw Mr. Melville on here. Are you there, Mr. Melville?
I am.
Hello, good to see you again.
Here we are.
Welcome back.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Go for it. Yeah, we're excited to hear what you think is what's next for Wyoming when it comes to Next Gen.
Absolutely. I'm at the kind of an interesting, with interesting light here, so my apologies.
Because you've got this glow coming out of there, yeah.
No fires though, no fires. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'm delighted to provide an update and kind of what's new and what's coming. As many of you know, Next Gen has been active in Wyoming since 2018. Hard to imagine, but one of the states that has sustained this model and grown it among the leaders, I would say, with Colorado and Connecticut and a few others. So very impressive. And, you know, honestly, it comes from the grassroots. It comes from real people in real regions who have emerged as leaders. We find new leaders all the time, not only for conveners, from the convener function, which is usually a public partner, nonprofit, and industry champions. So what I'd like to do here is I'd like to give you a little sense of kind of what's developing right now, number one. And number two, I know there's been some questions submitted, so I want to kind of do a lightning round answers of those questions, and then leave a little time if anybody else has some additional follow-up questions, or if they're not satisfied how I answered their original questions. I think the first thing that really has been a pleasant surprise in the last 6 months or so is how our healthcare sector partnerships have taken off. The longer story is we had some healthcare partnerships. It was very, very difficult during the pandemic to sustain those partnerships. It was not unique to Wyoming, although the rural nature of healthcare, you know, provides additional pressures. And it was just very difficult for people. They were too busy putting out fires to really be able to think about sort of medium to long term, how do we need to work together? So difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. Now, in the last year or so, we've gotten a lot more interest and a lot more commitment. And so I'm going to give you a couple of probably the most outstanding examples we have, which is Laramie County has created a sector partnership that is working on really 3 basic things. The big thing they're working on is the nursing pipeline. So they're working closely with LCCC, trying to figure that one out, working with the workforce system on perhaps apprenticeships, and trying to make a sense of, you know, how do we move people from CNA or MA to, you know, up the pipeline to RNs? How does that all work? And with all the pressures and all the forces in play, including other states, how do we try to do better? And so right now a team is being put together to really focus deeply on that, both faculty at LCCC as well as industry leaders. They're also working on care coordination, because one of the issues here is particularly with that's less about health, the provision of health services per se, and more the coordination with social services. So if somebody comes into the hospital, but they need to be supported, scaffolded as they leave the hospital, how does that all work? And how do they get referred to other kinds of entities, other institutions? So there is an effort called Wyoming 211, which many of you may be familiar with, which is that care coordination. So they're really trying to work closely there and try to become the, you know, one of, if not the beta for that, and to try to say, this is the stuff we really need, so we're going to work on that. Thirdly, the Governor's Healthcare Task Force is one of their top priorities is behavioral health. So rather than creating our own behavioral health action team, they have decided to be a point of feedback for the state effort. So this is a big deal and something that is going to take a while to sort out. It's a massively complex problem, as many of you know. But rather than create something that would be duplicative, the decision was made to let's emphasize and let's amplify the effort at the state level. So those are all good things. We've also had a new co-convener join us, Tanya Hacker of LCCC has joined as a co-convener, has agreed to do that. I know she's also playing an active role with the High Altitude Manufacturing Partnership, HAMP, as well. So that's great, and we really appreciate that she's taken the bull by the horns. It's great to see that kind of a new person on the scene and putting such effort into it. So that's Laramie County. Very good commitment. It's moving forward. Central Wyoming also, although they got started earlier, they sort of stalled out a bit. They came to the academy last year and really got energized. Lance Porter, who's the CEO of the hospital there, the Banner Hospital, really got energized and put his HR person in the middle of things. So now we're really starting to move. We The partnership really worked with Casper College on a career clinic and healthcare job fair. So one's for high school students, one more for adults. So that was that with success. And Banner has an interesting model which they have pioneered in both Arizona and Northern Colorado, which is essentially a career pathways approach that works with people in existing businesses, and in their case, existing hospitals, right? And gives them, if they want to move up, or if they want to move, say, from janitorial to CNAs, they will help them make changes and support them in that process. And so the idea on the table is, how do we do that, but beyond just an individual organization? And Banner has stepped up and is providing information and help, and putting together a team of people from other organizations, other businesses, to try to see if we can create a collaborative model that's that's adapted from this. So really interesting, innovative approach. Banner stepping up, providing in-kind. They're not doing this anywhere else in their system. So Wyoming is going to be a pioneer in this, if they can pull it off. But again, the initial indications are a lot of enthusiasm and emphasis on this. So that's secondly. And then thirdly, they are working on how do we create the capacity, how do we increase the capacity of Casper College to train people in critical healthcare fields. And one of the big obstacles, which they all agreed to, was clinical placements. The clinical placement system is broken. And so they are focusing on that. How can we be creative about how we place people, how do we create clinical placements, all that sort of stuff. Now, a lot of this is maybe inside baseball, so to folks who are not, deeply in the healthcare field, but these are absolutely critical issues, critical obstacles that stop this sector from moving forward, and in a very, very challenging environment. It's challenging enough to be in rural areas to try to pull off a healthcare partnership. But they're choosing, they're picking their options and picking their priorities and moving forward. So very impressive beginnings for those two, still early stage, but very promising. The second area is what we might call hospitality. So this is another hard one to pull off. We don't have a lot of next-gen partnerships in the hospitality tourism space right now, but there's a couple of promising efforts going on, Bighorn Basin as well as the Northeast. And I think one of the things that they have done is look at it more broadly than just tourism, to be what we might term the experience industry. So this is a broader conception of all the assets, businesses, special products that create an experience not only for visitors, but for the people who live there. And so there's lots of more opportunities to leverage, and create more economic value and more job opportunities, honestly, and more high value job opportunities for people as you begin to move on that. Now, and Debbie, I see you on the screen, so thank you. One of our industry champions. Really appreciate it. Great leadership that Debbie's providing. We have had a couple, 3 meetings, and they have landed on a regional education campaign. Again, Debbie, you can fill in more details, or you can fact check me here. Regional education campaign, how do we talk to people inside the community? Because they're coming off a unfortunate loss of a local ballot initiative, which would help fund tourism. But so how do we, in the aftermath of that, because we have a lot of people in this community don't believe that our industry has value, that it creates value, which is factually not true, but somehow we have not been able to communicate or convince people of that value. So how do we do a regional education campaign to kind of change that narrative and focus on stories that people would really relate to, that make sure that we're doing things that benefit not only that, sure, they bring in visitors, but they also benefit our community financially and also in terms of experiences that they can have. Second one is to create a regional calendar. So you think, well, this is a pretty straightforward step, right? But a comprehensive, easily accessible calendar does not exist, so that people in the region, as well as visitors, know what to experience. What's the full range of experiences? And so they've begun to brainstorm things like creating a QR code that can be put on gas stations and in restaurants, and to make it just ubiquitous. The ability to get information in a timely fashion that will be able to guide you into different things, and what the multiplier effect of that will be. You can also monitor that, right? You get outcomes from how much are people using these apps, and are they staying and they're spending more money, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all of a piece that they're focusing on that. There's also going to be a training element to that, which is how do we help our first line staff be able to communicate this to folks, right? If this is a big secret, but we have to have first-time staff be able to say, okay, these are some incredible things, and be enthusiastic about our region, things you can experience. So this is a great example of an sort of economic development-led piece of this, which will end up being both economic development and workforce development outcomes and needs as they move forward. But the industry feels like it needs to work on this. So if we had started by saying, okay, this is a workforce initiative, and you need to pick what training you need, we would not have gotten the same engagement and the same, because you have to meet people where they are. These businesses feel this urgency and passion to connect these dots and to raise the economic value of their sector, which then will require more people to be employed by their sector in jobs where wages are rising. So to me, this is exactly what NextGen can do. Sometimes it's a very pure workforce play. Sometimes it's workforce and economic development, tied at the hip. And so I think this is a good example of that. Bighorn Basin has a similar kind of approach where they're really trying to identify, and they've gotten a grant from the board, thank you, the council, and they are focusing on identifying the assets in their broader region, so that they can become more than just the pathway to or the gateway to Yellowstone. So that's their goal, is to get people to stick around and experience other assets, other experiences in the Bighorn Basin that will allow them, again, to grow their sector and move it up. That also has a training element as well. So those are two examples, two industries where we had not previously to last year really had a lot of traction. We had a little bit in healthcare, and then we stumbled. Obviously, we've had great traction in manufacturing and construction, but those two were harder. And now their time, the window seems to have opened for a lot of reasons, and we've gotten some great champions, some great. We were, as I think last time I addressed you all, we had absolutely nothing going on in the Northeast. And now we've got not only experience, but looking into healthcare, and actually an interesting play, a nonprofit sector partnership. We have a couple of those nationwide. Hard to pull off, but there seems to be some interest there. So they are popping and really wanting to look at experience, looking at different partnerships they might want to launch. Again, a lot of this is the energy of the co-conveners there that have done an incredible job. And that's a great kitten I think you've got right there, Mr. Chairman, if I saw that correctly. Or is it a dog? I can't quite tell. All right. So those are two big things I think that are happening. Let me shift to questions, and then again open it up for anything further. So the first couple questions were, how do we better align Wyoming's workforce development efforts with emerging industry needs and trends to ensure sustainable growth, and what strategies can we use to strengthen partnerships between educational providers and employers to address skill gaps in key sectors? Well, of course, my simple answer is NextGen. That's a good methodology for really engaging industry on the front end and creating what I would call a continuous conversation between industry and education. Unless we have that, and I think we could argue now that is in place in like the Southwest, that is a constant back and forth between the industry and the community college and the K-12 education folks, and they continue to try to build that out. They're not satisfied with just, we got a great one-off and that's it. And to me, that's what really makes the difference. If you can create that environment, that continuous communication, then you really do really can break through and meet these needs as they develop. So it's just in time kind of thinking, rather than, oh, we're so disconnected that we're finding out years after the fact you needed this, and now we're gonna fight the last war, versus are we really taking steps forward together, and how do we do this, and how do you kind of own, if you're industry, how do you co-own the problem? If you need people of this kind of this ilk, how are we going to get this done together? And let's puzzle that out. So to me, that's the real difference, and sticking with that and being able to set priorities, because sometimes it can just be everybody's busy, especially in rural areas. Everybody's wearing multiple hats and don't have big staffs. And so if it's that kind of situation, you have to really prioritize, and you have to be very close to your partners to be able to talk that through and say, let's do this one to two things that will make the biggest difference. Let's invest whatever marginal time we have on collaborative efforts, because we're all putting out fires. Let's focus on that. And that's a really critical conversation I think a lot of people overlook. And it's not tied to grants, and it's not tied to requirements somebody's putting on you from down up high. It's like, you got to figure it out for yourselves. You got to build it from the grassroots. So that's how I would answer that question. Next question: how can rural communities effectively participate in and benefit from sector partnerships? So Next Gen is most powerful when it's regional, not super local, and it's very open. All the sector partnerships on the current roster are very open to welcoming in rural communities at their fringes. So if they're like, Campbell County, Gillette, but there's somebody that wants to participate that's not in the county, absolutely, come on in. If you're willing to contribute and willing to participate, that you're invited. So I think all of them have a very, very much an open door policy. I will say this though, I think one of the unfortunate parts of this is that many rural areas because, and this is true, have been for a long time excluded from mainstream conversations of many kinds. That sometimes the default is, well, you don't care about us, and so we're the victim. And I have had situations where Next Gen partnerships have reached out, and frankly, some of the rural areas haven't believed them. Now that's it may be a longer legacy, right, of urban, reaching out to rural. So they're going to have to overcome that. But they keep the door open and they keep trying. And they've had some successes, but it's hard. I get that, because there's a bit of a victim mentality out there. Again, not entirely undeserved, but that can be honestly a real problem. That said, when rural areas participate in these regional partners, oftentimes it can be game changers for them, because they tap into this more bigger regional economic energy that allows them to do things they might not have been able to do on their own. And so there's this tension, right, of we want to stay isolated, we want to do our own thing, versus do we hitch our wagon to the regional effort, but do it on our own terms and get some real benefit from that. So again, it's a tough one, but it's not impossible. And again, all the regional partnerships that I've been involved in are all very welcoming. If somebody steps up and says, hey, I want to be part of this, yeah, come on down. Not an exclusive club at all. Number 4, let's see, tips for recruiting new members at the beginning of a partnership. So it's really important you get a good set of conveners. And we do have that in most of our regions. These things can change though. We've had regions that have great conveners and then they change jobs, they retire, move out of state, whatever, because it happens. So then you have to kind of start over. And so that has been one of the things that has, for those partnerships that have stumbled a bit, that's been one of the problems. So getting conveners that are willing to step up, again, these are probably public partners or nonprofit partners, is super important. But secondly, getting people who are passionate. We call them civic entrepreneurs, and they are passionate about their industry. They're passionate about their community, and they don't see their their industry as mutually exclusive of the community's needs. They're more interdependent. So the community does well, I'll do well as a business. And so they are able to see that. Now, that's not every business person, let's be clear, but there are a lot out there, and many of them have not had that opportunity to participate. And NextGen kind of opens the door to that. I had a conversation today, even one of these action teams in the Northeast, and someone stepped up. It's like, where did that come from? But he had been basically looking for this opportunity and had not been presented. And here's a platform that actually resonated with who he was as a civic entrepreneur. And you sort of go from there. And you start building a dream team of people like that. And they can take you incredible places because they are true leaders. And they're willing and able and not scared to work with the public sector. And pretty soon you get a public-private partnership going. You start getting some wins. You start building some momentum. And you get some innovation, and you start building on that, and it goes to a good place. All right, fifth one. What number of active groups in Wyoming that I'm currently working with compared to the number I can work with? That's a tricky question. There's about 9 right now. But here's the deal. Not all of them require same level of effort. As Jennifer will attest, I spend a minimal amount of time with Southwest because they've got their stuff going. They'll call me in occasionally to help reset or to comment on something or something, where it's very different. If I'm getting something started, it's got to be more intensive, like the Northeast. So it varies. I will say this, I'm not alone. I'm not just the only player. Lynn Vossler continues to be involved in Albany and Laramie with HAMP. And if this were to explode and many more regions wanted to launch, I can bring in colleagues. So, I mean, obviously there's a ultimate budget constraint, but I wouldn't worry about it. And because it's not the same level of effort for different regions. And ultimately, if it's too much of me handholding, this is not working. So I also am pretty severe about how I will spend some time helping you to find it. But if you're not really that serious about it, then let's take a break. And if we get more serious, I'll come back. So there have been a few situations like that. But mostly we've had pretty good uptake. Once people decide this is what they want to do, or they get inspired by the Academy, they put in the effort. So, and again, with all the caveats of it's hard. It takes a lot of work, and sometimes you can't make as much progress as you want to make, as fast as you want to make it, and all that. But if you're still committed to it, you're still making some progress, then we have the makings of a NextGen partnership. So that's how I'd answer that. 3 more questions, and then I'll stop. What makes a NextGen partnership successful? Well, again, willing conveners, good conveners, industry champions who really are stepping up and driving the agenda and the process, and community partners that are willing to put aside their personal agendas and say, okay, what is business actually saying here, and how do we find the common ground? So that's how I'd answer that. How can Wyoming get more partnerships started? Again, come to me. If there's a real interest in the region where you are for certain industry, then I can vet it. I can talk with people. There's like a exploration phase I usually do. A couple of these healthcare sector partnerships came from Jen Davis, who heads up the governor's healthcare task force. She got very interested in the model. And then I asked her for referrals. Say, you have somebody who you think is willing and able to do this. And we've been kind of working that angle and that's what produced a couple of these partnerships. She just connected with the people she thought who had the passion and ability to do this. And we're at basically 2 out of 3 right now on that. So you never know where that's going to come from and or what industry. And I wouldn't have expected necessarily for the experience industry to pop up last year, but sure enough. So it's a little bit organic in that way, but I do appreciate any kind of connection or reference or referrals from the council, because that and others, people so I can do some exploratory work. Always willing to do that. Final question: what are other states seeing as the next evolution? It seems next gen groups are going full speed. Others are struggling to get going. How do you propose to support the spectrum? Well, absolutely. It's always, if you're looking at a state and with multiple regions, you're always going to have a spectrum. And I think that's normal and healthy. You're going to have some that are mature, well-established, looking at renewal. We're looking at sustainability. That's appropriate. You're going to have startups, and that's a whole different situation. Some may work, some may not. And then you're going to have those who are struggling post-startup phase. Okay, we got some things done. Now, how do we take the big next bite of the apple? So it's much like, business innovation and the business cycle too. It's there's a spectrum here, but I think at a state level, the state's interest, and not Wyoming, but Connecticut and others that are doing, in Colorado, is like, how do you manage this portfolio? How do you help people at different stages when they're ready? And how do you keep them going, and how do you help them re-energize? And you got to keep an eye on it and figure out what's going on and what people can do, and how they can re-energize or energize whatever they're doing. So, Mr. Chairman, let me stop there. Hopefully I got those 8 questions answered. If there are any others or anything else, I don't know what your time is, so I'll yield.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mello. Always informative as always. So we've got until 3:35. So there is some time for questions or clarifications from Mr. Melville today. Does anyone have anything you'd like to ask or inquire about? Yes, Larry? Oh, I think you're on mute if you're speaking. I know. Tricky mute button. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I'll be in touch here in the near future. I think we need to get Laramie County fired back up with the construction sector. I think the priorities we identified 5 years ago have changed significantly, and it's time to get the industry back together and establish a new list of priorities. And so I'll be in touch so we can maybe put a little plan together on how best to attack that. And I think a lot of the players have changed on both sides. So it's, I think here in the next 6 weeks, I hope to put another meeting together and get things fired back up here in Laramie County.
Great. Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Larry. Thank you. And thank you for your leadership over the years.
Did you have something, Ron, or you just come off of mute randomly?
Well, I do have something. I was wondering if Larry needs some more business cards.
Oh my goodness.
Ron, I've got plenty here in my desk drawer from past encounters, so I'm good to go. Thank you.
Great question, Ron. Any other discussion from council for John? No, I do want to kind of emphasize what John was saying, though. I did make a note. I think actually we have done a really great job in Wyoming, when it comes to supporting the next gen sector part, like you mentioned at the very beginning of your talk, John. And so I think that's also something that we could look into tying into kind of our overall workforce performance metrics, look at growth around these, how many new were started, et cetera. I think that'd be really great to look into what kind of measurables we could have there. And then John made a really good point as well, which is when you look at a lot of these next gen sector partnerships and the ones that are successful versus the ones that aren't, almost always the underlying cause or root cause of that are the people behind it. Like John said, the conveners, right? It's finding those really passionate people in those communities that says, you know what? I think X, Y, and Z business and said industry need to get together. They all just got in a room and started shaking hands, and they were kind of the conveners. And then we as the public industry were there to support them. It's really the people that get behind that. And, and we do our best to support these next gen sector partnerships. As we've got grants, for funding resources. John and team are great resources for how do we get started? Is this going to work? What's kind of the overall goal and mission and value? So I definitely want to make sure that as a council, that's definitely your kind of homework and kind of your duty as a member of this council is to go out there and go, oh, I know X, Y, and Z. Maybe it would be kind of cool. There's a lot of benefit that could happen from bringing these people together. So definitely reach out to either John, myself, or Jennifer if you need contact information. But really, it's up to you, and you're all very well connected. So go connect these people and get them talking and find a really inspirational leader to get some of these off the ground. So Jennifer, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have one question in the Q&A. Philip Cornella. What will we do about poor working conditions, low wages, and compete with other states as far as further support for healthcare workers in Wyoming?
Very broad question.
Well, what I would say is that the people that are involved in the Next Gen partnerships are looking at how do we actually grow people in their jobs, grow people within the industry, because we've got higher and high wage occupations where we have shortages. And we're losing people to Colorado, we're losing people to Nebraska. And we got to figure this out. We got to figure out a way of elevating people who might be starting or might be in a lower wage position right now. That's the Banner model, honestly. They move a lot of people from, as I said, housekeeping, janitorial, start getting them into CNA work. They've had people that have advanced as far as, radiology techs. So there's a number of issues there. And the focus, I think, of these partnerships is not on how do you cut wages, but how do we get people in a position so they can take these jobs and actually make more money? But that's not a small task. That said, and so I think it requires work. It requires figuring out around not just a single institution, but multiple businesses and multiple institutions, and starting early at K-12. This is the whole nursing pipeline question that Laramie County is trying to tackle. And there's a lot to that, right? How do you get people who are in middle school or earlier starting to get interested in healthcare careers, and then scaffold and support them as they move through and into community college or University of Wyoming or wherever, or even if they go out of state to get educated and come back? How does that all work? So again, not a small issue, super important, but I would say, I can say this without hesitation, I think all our Next Gen partnerships are focused on how you move people up and how you get people into higher skill positions, and not just because it's a good community thing to do, although it is morally right. Yeah, although it is, it's good business, honestly. And these are growing. Remember, these are growing sectors who have opportunities. And I'll add, manufacturing, construction, and they just don't have access to the people. They're willing to give people really great jobs, but they have to have the education, et cetera. And we have to start earlier, and we have to think bigger about this. So that's how I think that's how I'd answer that question, Jennifer. It's just I think with Next Gen, it tends, you get the kind of the people in the room who are more visionaries and more trying to add value, and so they need people with skills, and they're willing to pay them as long as value is added. And those are the people who tend to show up.
Great, thank you, Sean.
Lastly, Tina Conley had a comment. She said a state program for the direct support workforce as it relates to providing support and care to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities would be huge.
Yeah.
Exclamation point.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in there. This idea of career pathways in the disability community is not new. So, it's just getting a foothold and understanding, like, as collectively as leaders and for-profit entities and large construction and all the things, the demand for the direct support workforce is supposed to like triple in the next decade because people are aging in place. People with or without disabilities are living longer, all the things. And so this banner might be a really fabulous, you asked this question, Mr. Melville, about what could we do with Casper College and Banner Health. That would be it, because that would be a perfect area to, and then look at other human service type providers that work in what are traditionally healthcare fields. If anybody works in an entity that bills Medicaid, you're a healthcare field, whether you assimilate to that or not. And it's a huge workforce that is not very glamorous to recruit for, and even less glamorous to try and pay them a living wage. So I think that the more conversations with Banner might be really helpful.
Well, you know, I think if you look at it from an industry, overall industry level, and Banner will say this, they said, you know, we, and they joke about it, right? Because Banner recruits some of the best people from some of the other organizations, because Banner will pay the highest wage and best benefit, you know, right? They're the big kahuna in town. That said, if you look at it in terms of an industry, there may be places where people start out and then eventually, and a portion eventually move on to like a Banner or something else. But it's important to the whole industry that there's that feeder system. And so Banner needs to help take responsibility for, even if people are not going to stay in certain positions, which might be lower wage initially, but they gain experience, they still have an interest in making sure that whole system works. And I think they get that because if it doesn't work, then they have to import people from the outside, and that is expensive. Or bring in, you know, traveling nurses or whatever it is, right? And so this is where I think the benefit of looking at this as a overall industry challenge or opportunity versus when you start dicing it up, right, into subsectors or, you know, areas where it's like, you know, even if we are able to train people here, you know, the hospital is going to steal our best or whatever. Or do we look at it more holistically? And I think we certainly have in both these partnerships had conversations like that. Like, we got to step back here because, you know, this is not us, you know, it's not working among us. So how do we step back and create a better way of managing the whole workforce pipeline for all of us? Acknowledging that there's some places that are better fits than others for people. There's some places where people start out in their 20s, but that's not, we frankly, that doesn't make sense for them to be still working in that position in their 40s. I don't know, you know, it's those kind of conversations, I think that, but it's super important to have and figure out, is there a way to not only not get around it, but sort of reconcile it and figure out how as a group, as an industry, how we might deal in an industry in a real place, in a real region. How do we manage that? Regardless of all the federal and national factors, we got all sorts of problems and obstacles coming our way and demographics, but how do we manage this locally, regionally, to get as good an outcome as we can for as many players as we can, and for obviously for the patients as well.
Yeah, great conversation. Thank you both. Great. Any other additional conversation or comments from council for John? All right, hearing none. Johnny, I'll be reaching out to you probably in the next couple of months too to kind of re-spark that idea. I think when I initially met you, we were chatting a little bit maybe about a technology-oriented next year somewhere in there. So I'm going to kind of re-spur that. I've got a few folks in mind, but okay, you'll be hearing from me the next couple of months.
Excellent, Mr. Chairman. Look forward to it.
And as always, thanks for joining us today, John.
As always, thank you.
Great. All right. We are on to the last final agenda items. So now the Roman numerals are too high that I can't know. 10, 15, 16. Number 17, committee updates. And so we're going to start with our communications and community relations update from Chairman Danny Bureau.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for communications updates, I think one of the biggest ones we've recently discussed, in an effort to get away from our current website situation, the DWS team has done a lot of work. So I want to make sure that it's clear they did this big migration to get everything on the Workforce Development Council website. Everything is housed over there right now as we try and find what our way is forward. But all of the information that we needed before, it's actually structured really nicely, has been embedded within that Wyoming Workforce Development Council. So I'd take a second and poke around on there. I think that's a really, it's impressive how smoothly that transitioned over to an existing website. And that'll kind of set us up as we take some other steps. Then we can move forward and get a new dedicated website for ourselves. I'm sorry, I kept saying Wyoming Workforce Development Council website. I mean, it's on the Workforce Services website. I said that about 8 times. My apologies. It's on the Workforce Services website now. Some of the other things we've talked about as we continue some of the kind of brand building exercises of what Workforce Development Council are, one of the big things that's come up repeatedly has been the kind of welcoming of new members, the training, the ongoing training. How do we make that a little more interesting and engaging? One of them we kept coming back to is video content. So for new council members, or if you're moving on to a committee, say this committee or one of the others, having videos that explain a little more detail. I think we all probably got the one day fire hose of information. They're adding that in the chat, since I couldn't get it quite right about where that website is living. Those videos would be for new council members, kind of giving smaller digestible bits about what the council does, some of the background information about WIOA, stuff that I still, every time I get in here and I listen to everybody talk, it's like, oh, I've forgotten that acronym. I got to jump back out. So hopefully it would be a resource for people to go to and be trained a little bit. And then have, maybe a welcome from the chairman and kind of explaining the value of this board. And one of the final things we talked about, we're beginning discussions on the rebranding of the Wyoming Workforce Development Council. And I mean that in the actual logo and identity, because there's been a lot of confusion between the Wyoming Business Council and Wyoming Workforce Development Council. The logos are similar. And while we cross over, we do want to have our unique identity. And so that's been an additional discussion about how we move forward from that, really to separate ourselves as a clear entity, as we are taking big strides forward and making some pretty strong progress to be a valuable board. And we know, as Chairman Trowbridge brings up, we're a big board. So we want people to know the work we're doing out there. And as we talked early today, that we can kind of convene some of these various groups together. We want to be sure that we're an entity that people can recognize and know where to turn. So some big picture things, but I would recommend poking around on the current website. It has a pretty nice flow there. So check those links that were shared in the chat. Anything I'm missing there from the communications committee? Or any questions of us? All right. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just going to add that although we're not continuing our contract with our current vendor for the WWDC's website, the actual website address we own. And so the comms team is making sure that that'll be redirected. So if people use our current website address, it'll redirect them to the DWS pages that are specific to the council. So that when our contract ends on January 31st with our current vendor, that we'll have that seamless integration, and we will truly have control of the content of our page and to be able to update it and have that information be accurate and more timely than we've been able to in the past. Because I don't know if any of you've noticed, but the WWDC page that was dedicated to NextGen has been out of date for several years. And it was embedded in code, and we couldn't, as a council and DWS, make those changes. It would have cost, I got an estimate, $2,700 to make it current, but then we still couldn't update it to keep it current. So just one of many reasons why we're not continuing that contract, but the council's information and redirect to the DWS page gives the council time to truly decide and make an informed decision on what the council's website looks going forward, whether we keep it with DWS, put it out an RFP, what it looks like with branding and all that. It gives everyone time to make informed and timely decisions. And if we're going to rebrand, and when I say we, I mean you, then we don't want to create a website that has the old brand. So this interim project, whether it stays on the DWS website or the council moves it later and does an RFP or whatever, this is the workaround for now. We have, in fact, we have more up-to-date information that will go when that site is fully live for everyone than we've had in the past. So hopefully it works for everyone, and continue to let us know if there's additional information you would like to see on the council's pages, or if you see anything that's out of date as well, Yvonne and her team have control of that and can make changes.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Chairman Bureau. Yeah, and also look at those wonderful headshots on that website. Oh my gosh, everything is crisp and clear. You all look wonderful. That was my big ask of the new website was we all look good on their place, and we do. So great job. All right, let's get an update from, I know, I'm sorry, Chairman Cross did have to step out a little bit early. So I believe, Jennifer, you're going to be providing his update on his behalf?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman Cross indicated that the big thing he wanted to relay to the full council is the Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy. As was discussed earlier, there is a date. I kind of snuck it in there when I asked for the funding request. The date of the academy will be April 24th with pre-events on April 23rd. A part of this is that we also provide Next Gen 101 training opportunities. So that's for new people who want to learn more about Next Gen, whether you're a council member or member of the community. That is where Jen Davis learned about what Next Gen is. But we invite anyone who's interested in learning more about Next Gen sector partnerships to attend a Next Gen 101. Those will be happening on February 4th at noon and March 4th at 11. But John Melville is generally available for one-on-one or group Next Gen 101s anytime. I mean, we just schedule that together. Those Next Gen 101s are about an hour, and we do those virtually. But on April 23rd, that half day before, when we do other events, we also provide Next Gen 101 in person. John has to come early anyway, so and I booked the room. So it's no additional hassle for us to provide that Next Gen 101 in person, especially for people who are traveling ahead of time. If they come a couple hours early, then we can give them that ahead of time. So any new council member or current council member who would like to learn more, have a refresher about Next Gen sector partnerships and how that works, feel free to attend. And at the conclusion of this meeting, I'll be sending out those save to date information.
Yeah, just in case you didn't memorize all of those dates and those times, we'll send that out to you via onboard.
And Yvonne's team creates QR codes, and I made a registration already and all that stuff. So thanks to the council voting on a budget this morning, we can move forward.
Wonderful. All right, and last but not least, Chairman Lawrence, give us an update from the Strategic Performance and Finance Subcommittee.
Thank you, Chairman Trowbridge and Council. So we've had one meeting since the last time we addressed the full council, and it was kind of business as usual. One thing that we've implemented this year is we've kind of got an educational piece as an agenda item. And this last month, we did get a tutorial from Ivy Castleberry on the differences between Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedures, so we can run our meetings a little bit tighter, and each month try to gain a deeper understanding for the piece that we provide and the overall council. You did see some of the net effect of some work that we did with some restated presentations on the financials, and I don't believe that's going to be the end product. We want to continue to work on that, on how we can create more transparency and relevant information on the financials for you all to review and garner a deeper understanding. So that's my report.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman Lawrence. Does anyone have any questions for either of the chairman or for Jennifer on behalf of Mr. Cross? Great. Well, thank you very much for those updates. As we spoke about earlier in the meeting, this is kind of our new strategy moving forward with all of our quarterly meetings. So these are really important to get an idea of what the other subcommittees are up to. Because again, like I've mentioned before, the bulk of our work happens in these monthly subcommittee meetings. So great. All right. Well, almost final agenda item, 15, 16, 17, 18, public comment. Is there any public comment? Now's your time to speak your piece. All right, hearing no public comment, is there any additional council business or anything that we need to be aware of? Anything going on in your communities that you'd like to make the council aware of? Things going on? All's hunky-dory in everyone's world? I mean, you know where to find us. We're all on board, right? Cool. Well, then I will kind of go ahead then and just wrap us up with just a few quick things. First, yeah, thank you, Jennifer, for getting those dates out. We're going to talk about that. Just a reminder that this is between this quarterly meeting and the May meeting. It's the longest gap of time we have in the year between us all getting together. And so just please, 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 once again, engage with your subcommittees. That's where all the bulk work happens. So, you know, over the course of February, March, and April, engage with your subcommittees and get some really great work done there. We'll have some announcements kind of happening between then and now, all different kinds of things, new council members, I'm sure updates to some things that you should be aware of. Our next council meeting, as you remember, I did announce moving forward for our locations. We kind of took an idea of we're going to be traveling in person on site twice a year. That's going to be for our spring and for our fall. And we would like our council member to host the council. So you are going to host the council, work with Jennifer on coming up with that local panel that we should be working with, you know, deciding on the location, the site visit, you know, so this is an opportunity for you as a council member to say, hey, this is what's going on in my community or my city. And so as we announced at the end of last year, we are going to be going, Matthew Davis is going to be our first host in Riverton at the Job Corps Center, May 14th and 15th. So thank you very much, Matthew. We're all very excited to go see what you're up to up there. You know, I'm expecting confetti and balloons and little WWDC cupcakes. So I think every time that we have a council member host, you got to up the ante a little bit when we do that. So we're very excited to join Riverton and Matthew Davis and team up there. And then you also know that we'll be going to our host for the fall will be Mr. Tony Cross, and that will be in Jackson, and we will be at the Jackson Hole Airport. So more details to come on that. So it should be fun. And then again, we'll always be meeting in Cheyenne in November, and we'll always have a remote meeting in January. So I just want to also put a plug out there. The only requirement that we have as far as scheduling out dates and locations for the council, we do have to make those announcements no later than the November meeting. I am not opposed to deciding on those a little bit earlier for next year, you know, so I'm just kind of putting the bug out there. We have 2 slots open for 2026. So think about if you want us to come to the city and you've got bigger and better cupcakes than Matthew Davis can supply us in May, you know, definitely let Jennifer and I know. And so that way, hopefully, maybe by the time that we get to our September meeting, we'll actually be able to announce the 2026 locations and dates to make sure we get those all reserved in your calendars. And I do believe that is it. And so once again, I want to thank all of you for your time, your commitment, all of us volunteer. Great conversations today. Please don't be strangers with us. Engage and on board. Yeah, I was going to say, make sure, yeah, cupcakes, balloons. Jennifer, do you have something you want to add?
I wanted to do another special shout out because I think he was offline for a minute to Ron Wild, although his term doesn't end until March, so he has plenty of committee work to do. This is his last quarterly meeting. I want to thank Mr. Wild for his continued support of DWS and his work. He really is what John Melville said, one of those community entrepreneurs. I personally want to thank him for his passion for his community and for the state of Wyoming in general. So thank you for your service, Mr. Wild. You will be receiving a certificate soon. In addition to, as Chairman Trowbridge mentioned earlier, thank you for your service to former Senator Fred Baldwin, former Representative Ryan Berger, and former Mayor Matt Hall. All these individuals have been a great support, and we've been lucky to have them on the council. And we appreciate their service. And they'll also be receiving certificates in the mail.
Yes, deep, felt, heartfelt. So thank you. I'm giving you a round of applause, Ron, for your service. And Chairman Bureau for the communications. I mean, feel free to take any and all work that needs to get done. We have Ron until March, so you can assign and delegate that all to Ron. So you have my permission to do so.
We're on the list.
Yeah, heard, right? It's in the meeting minutes. So, all right, everyone. Thanks again. It's been a pleasure, a treasure, a joy cannot measure. And we will see you all in Riverton at Job Corps in May, if not in the subcommittee meeting. So have a great evening, everyone. Thanks again. Bye.